Alright, so it should be restarting here. I went ahead and set the bitrate target to 2500. Oh, now it's sending it like 2671. Hopefully that will help. Thanks for the follow as well, Vaulted X. I do appreciate that. So until someone new follows after you, you will be up on the top of my streams for now. So enjoy, and I do appreciate the support and the tips. Hopefully this will fix the pixelation. It doesn't look too bad in my Streamlabs, but I think Streamlabs is just like, the quality is better because it's not going through the internet for me. It's much better. Awesome. I'm glad that helped. Fantastic. So what do we have here? We've got like 200 titanium. That's not a lot. I want to mine the second asteroid that I said was here. If I can find it again. There it is. Just a little bit every now and then. Okay. Yeah, like, eventually I'm going to upgrade my graphics card and, like, you know, try to get better internet. And then when those things happen, it should be a little bit better. Got into Avorion after about 6 months. Bit overwhelming, the amount of changes. Yeah, especially if you're new to the game. Like, they implemented a lot of major changes all at once, because I remember when they came out with the station docking thing, it basically was like a month after the Black Market DLC came out. They reworked a bunch of weapons, health, damage modifiers. They reworked all the shields and hull stuff now. I don't know if you got onto the stream when I was talking about that. Well, 675 hours, but they changed so much. Yeah. No worries. Like, I was reading through all the like changes to the hull and shield generator type stuff. I think the rework is actually going to make it a little bit interesting. Yeah, exactly. Like, shields are basically twice as expensive is how I calculate it, because you get 2/3 less shield per volume of block, and the volume of block now costs 50% more than it did. So you multiply 66 times 50%, and you get like just slightly over 100% in cost increase. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that either, because I felt like building a big like ship with a massive shield generator was already fairly expensive. I guess what they want you to do, yeah, it's making it more like, yeah, they're forcing more combat as well. That's very much true. Because it used to be you didn't like necessarily have to fight stuff except for the bosses to get the Zotan artifacts, and that was about it. Like, you could trade your way and make a shit ton of money once you got the starting, like, you do bulletin board missions initially, then you get enough money to make a station and you're good. So anyway, it's interesting. I'm pretty excited to try out the Black Market DLC though. Have you played in very much of that yet? Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I've had the DLC on my wish list since it came out in November, and literally none of the other games on my wish list were on sale when I looked at Steam today. So I was like, well, I guess we're going to buy the DLC and we're going to play some Avorion, because I haven't played Avorion for a little bit. I mean, I only have 200 hours in the game, but I'm pretty excited. Like, I usually, or the way I used to make money prior to all the changes, so I don't know if this will be different now that combat's a little bit tougher. I used to basically go and raid the low tier sectors and sell to the smugglers outposts, you know, because it was like you could just make massive amounts of money really quickly doing that. But now, with shields being more expensive, like, I don't know how viable that is, but since they're expanding all the black market stuff, it might make it worth doing it, even though it's expensive to build a ship that can do combat and everything. But we found a secret stash. That's pretty good. There's also a claimable asteroid in this sector. So I gotta say, like, this seed is not terrible. Not terrible at all. Now, granted, I don't know. So it basically it adds 3 new like they call them syndicates. It's basically like um, black market smuggler factions is how I think about it. They add like 20 new story missions, a bunch of side missions. Apparently, it also adds a bunch of new weapons that are like super powerful compared to the base game weapons, is what the Steam overview of it says. Now, I don't know how accurate that actually is because I assume that part of that is advertising for the DLC in general. But I am excited trying it. Oh, yeah. I've had that a couple times before, too, where they're like the massive asteroids, they look like they're claimable, but you can't claim it. It is super annoying. Like, you fly all the way over there and you're like, well, wait, I can't claim this, and this really sucks because I wanted to build stuff here. I think that had to do with the docking update or something like that. Like the gen, when they switched that version, like messed with a lot of the claimable asteroid type stuff. So like some asteroids that were claimable aren't anymore. So like this one, we'll see if it's claimable or not. It looks like it is because it's massive. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Make some quick cash. I mean, I don't really care about the reputation at this point. Get a little bit more titanium. And yeah, it's kind of a slow start, all things considered. We only have 1,000 of each resource, basically. But I want to build up enough titanium that I can just go into like a titanium class ship right off the bat and not have to mess around with like a iron cube for 2 sectors, if that makes sense. But it should be good. We'll go into the builder and kind of design our ship in a minute. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, I thought that change is kind of interesting, too. So, yeah, I'm hoping that there's enough titanium in here to get the 2K for the generator. There's definitely enough iron to get 5K, I think, without leaving this sector. But that's a good tip. Like, go get the resources, then come back to your home sector so you don't have to build your own shipyard. Because I don't know how expensive they are now, but I know back in the day, they were like shipyards were 30 million credits or something like that, plus the cost of the station. So, I like if it's still the same on that, that kind of sucks because you can't just expand your ship and add on the generator now. Oh, can you teleport when you're in your drone now? Oh, that's cool. Oh, 17 mil. Nice, that's good. That is good. So we've got what, like 1,800 titanium. We probably can get close. There we go. That should give us the like 150 titanium we need. Well, that's true. 1.8k probably is fine. That's what I was going to say. We don't really need any more than that probably. But there's one more asteroid, so I'm going to go mine it out. It's not like I have a lot of iron to build the rest of the hull with. So if I mine a little more titanium, I can just put some titanium on the hull too. It'll help a little, I think. I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, definitely. Like I agree. This is a great spawn. The couple games that I've played, I've maybe had one titanium asteroid in the starting sector before, and that was like only one game out of the 2 or 3 that I've played. So yeah, this I would agree. This seems to be a pretty good seed. It's just Lone Debater 7, so if you want to have a good like seed to use in the future, that would be the one. So let's go ahead and build our first ship. We're just gonna, I don't know, like, I don't even know what to call this ship. X I don't know. Lone Star? Okay, we'll call it the Lone Star. Sounds good. I like that. Let's go ahead and build this bad mama out. I guess we'll start with Iron Hole. Probably makes sense. How does this work again? I forgot. Yeah, you gotta hold the keys. That's right. Okay. Probably want something like that. Front and back. And then what I kind of want to do, shorten that. I don't have much iron left. Okay. JK, JK. Maybe we won't do that. Make it a little smaller. And then we'll turn on the mirrors. Okay. I'm alright with that. That should be fine. I do want to put on just a tiny inertial dampener. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Well, I guess I can't actually afford that. So JK, we're not going to build an inertial dampener. We could go titanium. Oh, nice. That's awesome. It's super lucky when you get like a giant asteroid of the material that you actually are looking for to build with. It just makes life so much easier. So I think we're going to put, for now anyway, the engines needs to go like one longer, I guess, to be in line. We'll do something like that. Put a thrusters. Something like that. I guess I need crew quarters. Can be small. So I shouldn't need very big at this point. I wouldn't think anyway. Well, maybe we'll make it like the same size as this block, sure. Okay. Throw one more thruster, like up, down, so... not what I wanted to do. More like that. Okay. We could... What else are we gonna want? Cargo bays we'll probably want doubled up right here. And then I'm gonna want a generator. That's 1,000 for that size? Shit. Okay. So we're slightly over. What could I maybe shrink? I guess I don't really need a cargo bay yet. Small... Oh, yeah. Making chips to mine for you is broken. That's 100% true. Once you have enough mining chips, it's super easy. You can build basically whatever you want. Sitting at about 30k iron, 20k titanium, 2 hours in. Yeah, that's not bad for only 2 hours in. Small gyros are good. Okay. Let's just make this block as small as possible then. Should I put it in the center, or does it matter? Is it better if it's like farther out? Doesn't matter. Okay. We'll turn off the mirrors for this then. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, at least for the roll, which is fine. I mean, this will help a little bit anyhow. I think it's because I have so many of them on now. That's fine. Whatever. We'll call that good for now. I'm not too worried about it. Generator. This one I do want mirrored. And I want it kind of like right here. I can build that. That'll give us plenty of energy. Cool. What else? We've only got a little bit more. Like getting integrity field probably makes sense just because hull is kind of like your thing now. You don't really have, like, shields aren't the way to protect yourself anymore, from what I understand. So we'll put something like that. Close this for a sec so I can actually see what the hell I'm doing. One there. And one there. Cool. So there we've got that. Make them like 1 unit shorter than the sides. These you're talking about? Oh, okay. Don't make these flush. Okay. I get what you're talking about. Yeah, it does make it a little boxy. I'd like it if it would stay that size, though. Like, yes, there we go. Like that, maybe? I kind of like that. Not as much energy, but that's okay. Honestly, we don't really need that much. Titanium armor is godlike now. Oh, alright. Oh shit, it is godlike. That literally doubled our hull for like a tiny ass piece. Okay, that feels a little bit broken. I don't think I've had like a 1.5k hull ship coming out of my starting sector before. But I'm okay with that. I will take it. Not what I wanted to do. I actually wanted to delete that so I could put on our next armor plating. But of course it's going to be a little bit difficult because of the core block. That's right there. Do something like that. Yeah, it's insane. Just add titanium armor. Wait till you get to tritium. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, shit. I already have 3k hull. Like, that feels crazy for my first ship. Like, and we're not spending that much titanium. All things considered, like, we really aren't. I kind of want to expand this out. So it's a little bit longer. Kind of like that. Actually, I probably shouldn't do that. What I should do is put back in my integrity field generators, because I had to delete a couple of them. Perfect. Okay, there we go. And then I guess turn off the mirrors for a minute. Let's go ahead and figure out our turret. So we've got double iron mining with refinement on both. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Oh, cool. I can put it out on the little, like, thing. That's kind of cool. I like that. I guess we probably should have a chain gun turret as well. I probably can't afford both, or can I? Can I afford 2 minings? Straight off the bat, I forget. Yeah, I can, apparently. Cool. Yeah, that's true. 75% decrease in incoming damage, which is nice. Not gonna lie. Let me do this. Because I think Or, well, I'll only be able to put one on here until we get everything else kind of built out. But go ahead and group these. I would say this is a decent-ish ship for our first one. Like, not terrible anyway. It's a little bit boxy. Like, at some point, like, when it gets a little bit bigger and I have more materials to make it bigger, I'll probably separate some of these, like, cubes that are in this and then just have armor as, like, strutting to connect all the pieces together, if that makes sense. I should have waited to build this until I flew close to a station. Oh well. $20 damage a hit. You're looking at 600 to kill the ship. 20 is... Well, is it a lot on expert difficulty, though? Because I am playing on expert. I know on, like, normal difficulty and veteran, like, typically even the pirates that are out this far aren't going to do much to you, even if you don't have, like, much of a hull. But I don't know on expert, because supposedly the ships are supposed to be, like, on par with yours. $100 to $150. Okay, so I've got about 3k shield, so 30 shots to take me out. That's not great, I guess, but that's okay. That is okay. Well, obviously the ship isn't going to stay this size for long, and it'll get, as it gets bigger, I can add more armor to it, because I did run out of, you know, titanium. I thought Omicron was DPS. That's how I always interpreted it, but I might be wrong on that. Firepower. Oh, well, maybe it isn't. You might be right. Omicron's isn't DPS. Yeah, I don't... Maybe it's not. And if not, that's great. Then there's nothing to worry about, really. I do plan on getting some mining ships set up relatively quickly, though, just because I think it's going to be worth our while. So, like, we're going to auto-assign this. I need 4 miners, 2 gunners, an engineer, and a mechanic. Alright. Oh, I got a dock, huh? I forget, because eventually you get the system where you don't have to anymore, but I don't have that yet. And we're gonna hire like a couple extra on those. I need 4 miners, and it said 1 gunner, 2 gunners, and I also need a sergeant. Cool. And that should give us the max bonus on both of those. Yeah, it did. And that gives us a little bit of overhead. Oh. Get a yeah, I definitely want a captain as soon as possible. Buy as many captains as possible. Yeah. No, that definitely makes sense, because like, I want to get a mining ship automated as soon as possible, but I need a captain in order to do that. So let's just check all these and see if they have one. This guy has one. Cool. Not bad. 1200. Can push it to what? Just over... So 2100 top speed. That's not bad for our first ship, all things considered. I mean, our crew quarters are... Like, this captain will fill our crew quarters, is the only thing. I guess I could maybe, like, mine an asteroid real quick and expand it with an iron one real quick. Let's do that. So it's not... It's because there's no inertial dampener on it. That's what this issue is, why it's drifting so bad. So getting some iron actually would be good for us, so we can put an inertial dampener on this. I don't know if I just called that copper. I meant iron. I don't know why I want to call it copper all the time, but it's iron. Yeah, this should be enough. I can build an inertial dampener and expand our crew quarters just slightly. So... something like that, maybe. That's probably enough, honestly. And then crew quarters. Uh, 10 more crews should be enough, I think. Then we might need to add... Okay, everything's still under integrity field. Perfect. Okay, cool. Now, where did the mine go? Because we're going to buy some stuff. Oh, you're on expert. Okay, cool, cool. I mean, it'd be fantastic if it was only, like, if I got 600 shots on the pirates that are out here. Because I feel like that would be, like, my ship is actually fairly strong if that's the case. Hire that. Shipyard, you can build advanced blocks here, reconstruction. Oh, I don't give a shit about reconstruction token. Okay, cool. So I've got a captain. I guess I should probably... hire a couple, or actually I should hire the full 4 miners I'm going to need to run that ship. Should hire the 2 mechanics, and I should hire like another 4 just MISC crew members. That way I have enough to build my next ship, so basically all I have to do is mine enough resources to build another ship kind of like this, and we'll be set. But there we go, we got 1 captain at least. Does this shipyard have any? They have 2. Cool. And I probably have the money. Yeah, I've got 93k, so I should be able to buy both. So you can boost forever. Oh, yeah. No, that's a very good point. Like, if you don't, like, just hold down the boost button, you don't actually run out of power. It's actually... better for other reasons too, because you can like slow down and not smash into shit like that. Whatever. I'm surprised that didn't like completely destroy my ship with it being so tiny. But literally we took no damage from smashing into that fucking station. Oh yeah, I'm playing full collision damage. I play legit. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I play legit. Yeah, I do feel you on... Sometimes it is AIDS, and I'll turn it down a little bit because I get tired of dealing with it too. But for me, like, I kind of... I like the realism that it introduces, and for most of the time I'm okay. Like, I'm not smashing into stuff. It's only when I am not really paying attention or trying very hard that I end up, like, running into things. There. Give it like a little sail. So now it has a tail. This is kind of like the ugliest fucking ship. But I don't know. Sorry guys. At least they're my allies still. I guess that's good. But we've got what? We've got 3 captains now. So that should be a good start. I think this is the only station we haven't checked. And they don't have any. Okay. Alright, let's go to another sector, shall we? Let's go to this one. Oh, I forget that this one has the calculation on the jump route bullshit. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, having extra acceleration is really nice. Like, if I add on another 2 thrusters to this ship, which is probably what I'm gonna do, it will accelerate a hell of a lot faster. And its top speed should go up a little bit too. Why is this homie here? I said I didn't want a fucking tutorial. So I'm just going to space through all this because I don't really care. I don't think it matters what you say to him. So, there we go. We did get a radar system. Guess we can install that for funsies. So there's 2 more captains right there. There's not a lot of asteroids in this sector, but maybe over in this direction we can find some more titanium on the way to this station, perhaps. Or, well, let's just look at the other ones first. This one has a couple as well. Actually, let's go this way. Okay. So this guy is the one we want. Doesn't really look like there's any claimables in here. Supposedly there's also like a hacking skill that you can do. Oh, okay, it's just part of the story. That makes sense. Yeah, it is nice to have the radar system, that's true. Like, I'm not going to turn down free stuff. Yeah, I haven't done that either, so... But that's a little container field down there, so I'm thinking we might be able to dabble a little bit real quick. I want to wait until my power kind of recharges, though, just because we're flashing. But, there we go. So we've got, like, 5 captains now? Yeah, we've got 5 captains. So we should be able to... How does the docking work? Can you connect smaller ships? So, like, as far as that goes, I don't know if you can connect ships together. I know you can, like, use it to transport stations. So, like, the use case I have been able to come up with for it is, like, let's say you're trying to build a factory chain, but there's only 2 asteroids in a sector and you need 3. Well, you go to another sector that has a claimable asteroid, you claim it, you dock it to your ship, and then you can warp that asteroid in with your other ones, so you can get all your stations in one place. But I don't know if you can also, like, dock a smaller ship to a larger one. Because if you can, that would be pretty cool. Because you could do something where you have, like, some drone-type ships, and then you have, like, a mothership type thing, but... Yeah, well, yeah, right. I don't know how long it's... We just don't have a lot of credits at this point in the game for us, but we'll get there eventually. Like, I know on factory chain stuff, like, that's how I plan on using it for the most part. But building a mothership would be kind of cool too. $340K, nice. Yeah, that is pretty good at the start. Like, I just need to find a couple more asteroids, and then I'll have plenty of money. Like, it's not too big of a deal. We should be able to build up pretty quick. I'm also looking for more titanium, because that is the main resource I'm lacking in order to get a auto miner ship up right now. Because I do have enough credits and, like, iron to pay the founding cost and stuff. I just don't have enough to build a generator on new ship. Ooh, wormhole. Yes, please. Which direction is this going? Fuck yeah, it's going towards the center. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Hopefully this takes us all the way to the Xanian region of space, and we can just skip like 90% of the journey inwards. That would be amazing. But also, it would kind of be a little bit dangerous because, you know, we have no firepower right now. Like 20 Omicron is nothing. But whatever. We'll find out what happens when we go through. It probably won't take us all the way to Xania. Normally you need to jump through a couple wormholes for that. At least in my experience, I've never had it. Like, you get one wormhole, or the first wormhole you find takes you all the way to the barrier. Like, I haven't had that happen to me, but maybe this will be the first time. Where are we at? Oh, it took us to the other side. That's kind of lame. Alright. Oh, yeah, they give you the free ship, huh? Let me enter this real quick. Oh, that's kind of... I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I've had one, like, you get one, and then it'll jump you to, like, Trinium, then you hit a second one 2 sectors over, and it'll take you all the way to Xanian. I've had that before, but, anyway. Let's see. So, I guess I could... Fuck it, let's just... make this a mining ship. Might as well, right? So where is my ship? Right over here. We need to get close. Oh my god, really? 60 kilometers? That is like AIDS distance. I guess I could tell it to like fly to me. So like if I go out here and scroll way out. Yeah, go through the wormhole, please. I'm gonna fly back. Well, I kind of actually want to stay here. So don't fly through the wormhole. Come like right here. That way I can give you some crew and we can get you set up. Mining. Now, I do kinda want to find like a good area. And I can just leave it out here. It doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we're basically the same... Or actually, this is a little bit farther out, maybe, slightly, than the other one. So, you know what? Well, let him come over here because he needs crew in order to, like, work. So he's got a captain. Let's give him, like... Oh. A couple of these. Once he comes over. That way we can have him fly a little bit faster. Then I'm probably going to go back through the wormhole is my plan, because we are farther in towards the center on the opposite side. Thanks, bud. I don't need your tutorial. I know how ships work, but I appreciate it anyway. So let's get like right up on this, homie. Transfer. I mean, why? Why? Just like... Cool. Alright, there we go. He's kind of set up. I do need to add just a little bit of armor, I think, to this in order to not get him shot out of the sky right away. Okay, good enough. Whatever. Alright, that ship should go through, whatever. It's fine. Cool, cool. Super fun. I love the early game of Avorion, if I'm honest. Like, it is a fun time. Even though it is a grind fest, like, this is literally the grindiest game ever, I feel like. But it's a lot of fun, so whatever. Alright, where is this homie? Line 2, great, that's fine. Let's just see if this is like a mining sector. I'm kind of hopeful that it is. Or actually, what I really should be doing is I should be commanding this guy right here to do it. So interact, orders, idle yourself. And then what I want you to do, the lady can go right there. Yeah, you warp. You warp yourself, son. Okay. I guess I should probably go there too, so. We will. Cool. And then as far as this goes, I think going this direction's gonna be slightly better, so send the lady down this way. And we will go, I think I want to go south as well. Because it's towards the center of the galaxy, is what I'm thinking. Oh, really? You have to have a shipyard in sector to blueprint your ships? That's dumb. That's so dumb. But, well, I mean, they're trying to balance it, I guess, to make it a little bit tougher. Because once you... Oh, you just can't apply them unless... That's kind of... I guess that's fine. Like, they're trying to, like, make that type of station worth building, I guess. Because there really isn't necessarily a reason to build one unless you're building a bunch of other stations. And even then, you don't really have to. I don't know. Anyway, not a big deal. It would be cool if we could get a little bit of neonite. Yeah, we're starting to get weak, but this is a mining sector, so that is good. If we are weak, how is this one doing? Not very good either. Alright, I guess we should probably, like, mine some stuff, right? So, I'm just going to tell him to start mining. I know that he's weak compared to ships in here, but it's only a yellow one, so I think it should be okay. Like, he's not going to get hunted down since it's not red, if I'm remembering right. Like, that's, at least that's how it used to work. Let's see, where's some titanium at? Because that's really what I need, is titanium to expand the armor on the ship. I also want to put, you know, like, some more thrusters on the back, so it's faster, and expand the generator, but I need titanium right now. That is what I need. Titanium and claimable asteroids, so I can build more mining ships. But we do have one auto miner up already. And I mean, I guess it's technically like an hour into the stream to get our first mining ship. But I feel like that's reasonable. It's not the fastest ever, probably, but it's not terrible either. Oh, fighting military missions. Alright, resource shortage. 22 Tesla coils. I can't afford to buy those is the only thing. No fighting mission at the moment, unfortunately. Just a supply run, and I don't have enough credits to do those yet, realistically. Unless it's something like water. Like, if they wanted water, I probably would have picked it up because I could probably afford like 30 water or something like that. But 22 military Tesla coils, I mean, they're paying 400 for it, so they probably cost like 200k, something like that. But it's all good. Might do it later. So the lady is currently getting us iron. We're smashing into stuff like scrubs. And there we go. Get our titanium flowing. Because I would like to expand the generator on this ship. Just because it's nice to not be completely out of power every time you warp sectors. These titanium asteroids out here have been like really weirdly shaped. Like I haven't seen any round ones yet. They've all been these like jagged square things that are just like smashed together, which is weird. So I don't know if they changed like the texturing on titanium asteroids or something, but they used to be round, just like, you know, the iron asteroids. But that's fine. Is that just how they are now? Okay, cool. I mean, I guess it's fine. It doesn't necessarily matter. Oh, alright. Yeah. I mean, this is decent sized. Like, it didn't look like it was that big, but I mean, we got almost 2,000 titanium out of it. Or we might end up with about 2,000 titanium out of it. Shit. Pretty close. Nope, we made it. Cool. We got 2,000 titanium just like that. And I'll probably just leave the lady in here. There's a lot of big iron asteroids, and there's a station, and, you know, like our ally is here. So I think it's going to be relatively safe to leave it inside this sector on its own to just kind of do its thing and mine. So I'm going to do that. And I'm just going to kind of keep pushing deeper into the galaxy and stuff like that, and trying to find more titanium. Like, I want to find a sector that has a lot of titanium asteroids in it and set up another automated mining ship in that sector. That way I have the sector that the lady's in right now is full of iron asteroids, so that's a really good sector to get us iron quickly. But I need a sector with a lot of titanium asteroids. That way I can get a lot of titanium as well. Because even though once you unlock trinium and stuff, titanium maybe isn't as important to have. It's still good to have an income source of all the different types of resources, though, because sometimes, like, when you're building space stations, for example, like, sometimes you don't want to spend Xanian on a space station because it just makes it cost a shit ton more for no reason, because it doesn't necessarily, like, improve how the station is functioning, right? Because you can just use like if you go in here, there's stone. Where is it at? Ironstone. So like you can build a station out of ironstone and it'll have no maintenance on it, and it'll cost like nothing, but you have to have enough iron to actually build the volume of blocks. So it is good to have auto miners mining like in a sector that has a lot of every type of resource. You sometimes have to fly around a little bit in order to find them, though, because depending on where you are, sometimes there's a mix, sometimes it's predominantly iron, sometimes It's predominantly titanium, neonite, trinium, whatever it may be. So if you look around, usually you can find a sector that is dominated by the material that you actually are trying to gather. And if you have an automated mining ship in a sector for each material type like that, you'll be set up pretty good. You'll always have a little bit of every material. And if you don't use it for a while, you'll have a lot of certain materials. So either way, not a big deal. Just some tips that I have uncovered while playing. So let's see, 2,500. I don't know if it's worth it for us to like try to expand the size of our main ship yet, or like I guess maybe putting the generator and stuff like that would be, except there's not a shipyard in this sector, so I guess we probably won't be able to increase the size all that much until we get to another shipyard, now that I'm thinking about it. But that's fine. It'll give us some time to gather up a lot of materials. And my guess is there probably will be a shipyard in one of these sectors around us, because there is quite a bit of friendly faction nearby. That's titanium. Well, we got titanium out of that. There's not that much of interest in here, if I'm honest. So I want to go down to this one. That's the southern gate. That's northeast. So, oh, there's another one right here. We'll mine this one up too. Oh, the southern gate goes into enemy territory, it looks like, though. Or, they're not enemies. They're just not friendly with us. Do you know if there's a shipyard, but it's like with a faction that you're not neutral with or whatever, can you still use it for like to upgrade and build generator blocks and stuff? Or do they have to be like a friendly faction? Oh, alright. Cool. No worries. I'll go through that warp gate and see. Hopefully they have a shipyard so we can test it. Oh, that's so cool. So you can dock ships together. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. That would work for awesome builds. Like, what you could do is you could build, like, if you're playing with collision damage on, you could build, like, a ship launcher ship. So, like, it doesn't have weapons on it. It just shoots other ships at its target type of a thing. You just undock them while you're going super fast, and it shoots them forward. That could be pretty cool. You could do a lot of really cool things, actually. Right? Fire escape pod 1. But, sir, there's someone in that escape pod. Fire escape pod 2. There's someone in that one, too. Well, which escape pod doesn't have anyone? Yeah. It probably won't work very well, unfortunately. Like, because, yeah, I just would imagine they would have something preventing that from being a seamless thing to do, but I could be wrong. No idea. I don't have anywhere near enough credits or resources in this save quite yet to be able to play around with that, but after I have a ton of resources and, like, it doesn't necessarily matter anymore, I might try to build a ship like that just to see if you can do it, because could be interesting. Ooh, okay. So this is scrapyard. So these like purple exclamation points supposedly mean that they, so like this new opportunities, this is the start into the black market stuff. Yeah, but yeah, they're like combat mission type things apparently. I don't know. Um, we'll do that later. Like, I kind of want to upgrade my ship a little bit more first, just because if it is combat based, I'd like to have a little bit more hull, just because, like, I like to be overpowered so I don't have to worry about anything when I'm in combat with other ships. So does this one have a shipyard in it? There's a repair dock. Doesn't really look like it. No, there isn't. Okay, fine. There is a wormhole though, so we could fly through that. Maybe it'll spit us out somewhere better. I mean, we are getting closer, but I kind of have a feeling like this wormhole looks like it's probably going to spit us out in the trinium sector, is my guess. Maybe it will go a little farther. Would be nice. Like, if it did get us all the way to Xanian, that would be great. But we'll find out, I guess. At the same time, if it does just spit us out on the outer edge somewhere on the other side of the galaxy, that's okay too, because when we are ready to go farming, like, we can come through, since we're already bad standing with all of this faction here, we can just jump through this wormhole as well and destroy all the faction on the other side. And it'd be pretty good for when we get into the raiding aspect of making credits, which, since hull is crazy like it is, and you get 750 for like less than 100 titanium, I can't even imagine what tritium's like. We might be able to like get into raiding really early because we'll be able to build like a fucking crazy strong ship. So we are in red triangle territory. We got jumped a little bit farther forward, so this is probably Neonite region, is my guess. Let me just throw on a touch of armor so we don't get fucking headhuntered. Oh shit, we don't... Oh, that's because of the generator, never mind. I was going to say, oh wow, we don't actually generate enough energy. Alright, we've got 5k now. There we go. Just to give it a little bit of styling, more than anything. Not really required, I just wanted to fuck around with it more than anything else. Then I can also do something like that and increase our thrust capacity quite a bit. And also throw on, if I delete that one, a couple more engines for this one. Something kind of like that. There we go. I don't know. That kind of works. Oh, let you see the map again? Yeah. So this is where we're at. I'm pretty sure this is Neonite. We're pretty close to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There's just nothing in this particular sector, and that's okay. But our acceleration should be a hell of a lot better now that we've added all those extra thrusters. Adding the thrusters on the side will make us a lot more stable. Like, it'll be easier for us to maneuver because they're farther out from the center of mass. We like doubled our hull again, which is good. I can't build generators until I get to a shipyard again, so I'm kind of stuck with that, but that's okay. But we really need to find two things. We need to find a shipyard, and we need to find an equipment dock. They're probably going to be in the same sector, but that's what I'm looking for right now, because I kind of need to get better turrets, for one. I need to get better damage on my ship, that way I don't have a red triangle anymore. Like, we've scaled our hull a fuck ton, and we are still a red triangle, which is just because we don't have enough Omicron. Like, that's what the issue is, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. We are going to warp. Hopefully this will have an equipment dock so we can buy like a titanium mining laser as well, because we can't actually mine naonite until we have a titanium laser, so that's another thing. So we need to get titanium mining lasers, we need to get better turrets, and we need to find a good sector with titanium and naonite inside of it so we can put an auto mining ship inside of it. And maybe we'll do that for our second ship as opposed to just finding that titanium sector, because if we can get titanium and naonite with one ship and get iron with our other one, that'll be pretty good, at least starting out. And then once we hit trinium and xanium, we can just add in more. Like, it never hurts to have more automated mining ships, just because it means you are generating more resources, which you can then sell at the resource depots and stuff like that to get money for whatever you're looking for, type of a deal. So let's try, is this the south one? Southeast? Cool. 309 seconds, that's sad. Salvaging lasers as actual weapons. So salvaging lasers are fantastic as actual weapons, assuming they don't have any shields. Yeah. Like, I mean, they are, like, it's basically, you can build salvaging lasers at endgame that are just as powerful as like fucking railguns. So the only downside is if they have any shields at all, you aren't going to do any damage. So like, there's naonite in this sector right here. I just don't have a laser that can mine it. Otherwise I'd be able to pick up, you know, a few thousand naonite. So I just need to find an equipment dock, really. But yeah, salvaging lasers are a good alternative to weapons as well. If I had a salvaging laser, I could throw it on the ship. I just haven't hit a pirate encounter quite yet. Normally the way I get my first set of weapons is pirates will fly into the sector with the stations, and the sector will destroy most of them, but you still can collect their drops. That's normally what I do, and I'll like put a few shots inside of them with my gun. That way I get paid credits by the faction for helping in the fight. Just a little hack. You don't actually have to beat the ships to get the loot. You just have to be there when it drops. So yeah, you know, be a feeder type of a deal. Yeah, exactly. You just shoot once and then fly away. That's all you do. And this, like, the faction will take care of them for you. Most of the time. I mean, sometimes you'll get unlucky and they'll just focus fire on you or something. But well, damn. I was kind of hoping there would be an equipment dock here. Southwest it is. I am hoping that we do hit an equipment dock, though. I want to upgrade my mining lasers. It makes me sad when I have to fly past all this naonite. Like, you can kind of see the green asteroids down there. All of those are probably mineable. Like, there's some that look like they're brown, some that look kind of green down there. So the green ones are probably mineable, and I can't mine them because I don't have a good enough laser. So, yeah, it's sad. Oh well. Yeah, I definitely do. It's because my ship is big now, so like warping takes a fuck ton of power, but I'm nowhere near, or well, I haven't come across another shipyard yet, so I haven't been able to expand my generator. I've got the resources, the money to expand it. I just can't. Lol, you know. So we'll just be flying slow until we encounter a sector with a shipyard. Scrapyard, not really helpful. Alright, well, we're just gonna turn around. But, not a big deal. We'll find one eventually. Like, this is a new faction. We also should be encountering some claimable asteroids, which it would be nice to find a claimable asteroid before we found the equipment dock, just because we don't have a whole hell of a lot of money at the moment. So, having the extra 80-90K that we're going to get from an asteroid out here would be quite nice, but just going to have to be patient, I guess. That's why this game is so fucking grindy. Because it takes forever to fucking move through when you're first starting out. Because you can't build generators, right? Like, if I go in here to, like, say, oh, I want more generators because my ship can't fly, will it not let me place it? Or... okay, yeah, it won't let me place it. It's what I thought. I just thought I would try. But that's okay. It does, I mean, I will say, like, the start is slow, but we are doing decent. Like, we already have an auto miner. Like, we almost have 8K iron, which isn't bad. Like, that's a fair amount of iron for the early game. That'll build, like, 4 or 5 mining ships easily. But, yeah, anyway. I'm ready to get that Neonite, though. Even though shields are shit now. Like, I still would like to have shields. Why is that only 9% effective? I don't get that. Like, I've got the 130 on the engineers, right? Yeah, I do. It just doesn't generate enough power, I think, is the problem. Or it doesn't generate enough when the shields are recharging. Or the warp core is recharging, not the shields. Alright. I guess we'll go down to this one. And I'm probably not gonna warp, just because it would be nice to actually be able to fly for a little bit. Gotta let it charge just a little bit more. Someone who's discovered every single sector. Yeah, right? Like, there probably is. I'm sure there's someone that's no-life the game enough to do that. What you do is you have to build an automated ship that goes and scouts them for you. That way you don't have to fly there yourself. So at some point I will build a scout ship that's going to go through, and basically what you do when you log in, you go to that ship and just queue up so it flies through all the sectors that you want, and it just will warp around and scout everything for you. And yeah, maybe you don't know everything, but yeah, exactly, you just make some garbage ship and call it good. Like, you could put the Zotan warp drive artifact in it just so it has a good size and it doesn't take forever to go between each one. But even if it just sticks to like warp lanes and stuff, you'd be able to uncover a large portion of the map just with that one ship going around, and you'd be able to see all the stations that are available to you for the most part, which is kind of nice. But well, it's nice because then you'll know what the demand is going to be like in various areas. Or you could figure out what the demand is going to be, I guess. Oh my god, come on, give me a shipyard, please. Please give me a shipyard. Well, that's a claimable asteroid. I guess I'll take that. That's a pretty good gift too, because I do need some money. Yeah, you can do that. I turned my Lady Adventure into a mining ship, is what I did. I just, slammed some fucking armor on it and called it good. But yeah, you can definitely use it. Yeah, you already had a mining ship, so yeah, you can totally use it as a scout ship. Totes viable. Oh, please don't be one of the fake ones. I really could use the money, is why. Oh my lord, this ship is terrible. It is a fake one. Damn it, we found one. Didn't take us long. Oh well. Okay, fine. We were going to this gate anyway, I think. No, we were going to the southwest one. Yeah, exactly. You just, I mean, that's all you have to do. If you wanted to explore like the highlighted sectors and stuff, if you queue it the right way, it will take warp lines as much as possible, because especially if it jumps for the first sector it explores, because its warp drive will be on cooldown, so it'll take warp gates instead while it recharges, type of a thing. But you just queue up a billion sectors, and after an hour you'll have a bunch of shit explored without actually having to do anything really. What? Oh, wormhole towards the center. Nice. It'll probably warp right over it and put you on the other end. Because until there'll be a hidden mass sector, so a yellow dot on the barrier, and it'll be right on the edge and do it. But yeah, go through it and see where it takes you, because it'll probably put you close to the barrier, which would be amazing. Because there's so much Xanian and Trinian right there. Like, you put 2 R mining ships right there, and you'll have like millions of resources coming in. Is it actually the artifact wormhole? Is that what you found? Is that what you're talking about, or is it just like a regular wormhole? Either way, that is lucky as crap. That is like the 3rd sector. Here's a wormhole for you that takes you somewhere amazing. Enjoy. You know. So awesome. I'm glad that worked. Just regular wormhole. Well, that's still good, though. Like, I'm kind of hoping that I do run into a wormhole that will jump me forward again, even though I don't have anything, mining Neonite right now. It wouldn't hurt me to go straight into Xanian either, because then I can just buy the Xanian lasers and skip the Trinian ones, if you get what I'm saying. Oh, an equipment dock and a ship. Wow. Lucky days. Look at you. Awesome. That's amazing. Good job. I hope this sector has no kidding, luckiest thing ever. The sector I'm in has a lot of stuff. It has a turret factory and shit, but no shipyard from what I can see. Or equipment dock. And that's alright, I guess. We'll just wait. Maybe I'll get deep enough in that I'll start finding trinium before I hit, I'll hit an equipment dock in the trinium area, and then I can just get a T4 laser instead of a T3. But, whatever. Nice. Neonite is good. It's a good in. Yeah, nothing good here. South-southwest, here we go. It's a shame because it kind of looks like there was maybe a big neonite asteroid. Oh well. It's all RNG, so can't do much about it. Heck yeah, that's what you want. Get a mining ship set up in there. Then you'll always have neonite. I love it when you find good sectors with a bunch of neonite. Because even though neonite comes in fairly early in the progression, like when you get deeper in towards the center, you don't see a lot of neonite asteroids because there's so many trinium and Xanian asteroids instead. So like neonite, typically neonite for me is one of the lowest resources I have in the mid game anyway. Like then I focus on it and build a bunch of R mining ships to get it, but whatever. That's good though, because normally it takes me a while anyway to find a really good neonite sector. Alright, we finally, equipment dock and a shipyard. Thank Christ. Okay. Do you have a turret I can actually afford? So it doesn't have any mining lasers. God damn it. Alright, well, I can, at least, increase my generator size a little bit. So, but let's go ahead and do that. And we'll probably put a storage container on it too. And I think that technically building these in big blocks is better on your generators, but you know what? I don't really want to do that. Oh, I'm like out of fucking money, huh? Okay, well. We'll build the generators first. And then what we'll do is we'll go over to the resource depot. And I can sell a little bit of iron so I can finish building this ship out. Come on, give me the docking. Like, thank you, tractor beam. So we are gonna sell just a little bit of iron. We'll probably sell like 6,500. Sure. Just to give us a little bit of money so I can finish building the ship the way I want. So like 3.1, so we're generating a decent amount of energy. That's good. I want to increase our energy storage. Put one like right there, maybe? Actually, I want that a little bit farther back. Like that. Just so it can hold a little bit more, so when I do warp somewhere, it doesn't like drain all the power out of the ship. I guess we could put some more armor, or well, we need thrusters, it looks like. Put them on like that, maybe, and then... just give it a little bit more. And then we're going to go ahead and throw on some armor. That's kind of what I want for that, I think. As far as the rest of this goes, we do need a little bit more thrust. Couple big engines right there. Then I also want some inertial dampener power on this. Perf. Okay, that should fly quite a bit faster, I would think, once we hire the crew we need. And our ship should be a decent amount stronger. Yeah, 8.64K. Alright. So there's usually combat ones at this. We won't be able to do combat out here, though. Yeah, like there's a pirate one, but I'm not going to be able to do that, I don't think, because our ship is not powerful enough. There's not enough Omicron to deal with pirates out this far. Torpedoes. Like, I can't really afford any of these turrets is the problem. So I can't upgrade my damage. Oh, nice. 5K already? That's great. That is great. Well, I need to, like, get some cash and stuff like that, because basically there's not... Like, I found an equipment dock, but there's no mining laser for me here. So, it doesn't really help me, unfortunately. I was able to expand the ship, though. So now we've got, like, enough power and such. But that's okay. We're going to go through this gate, and on the other side, hopefully there will be, like, a claimable asteroid we can sell, is what I'm hoping. That way we have enough credits, we can buy, like, a damaging turret, and then maybe we can look at going and fighting those pirates and making the 350k. But I don't want to do it yet because we only have 20 Omicron of damage, and they're probably going to be more like 1,000 out at this depth, would be my guess. So we'll just get destroyed instantly, pretty much, if we were to fight them now. With that being, like, there have not been very many claimable asteroids thus far, I will say. Like, normally I find like 2 or 3 of them just going in towards the center, and I don't have to do anything special. But this time around, not so much. Like, They're just are not claimable asteroids. Yeah, it is and it isn't. I mean, you just have to warp around enough sectors and find the claimable asteroids, because each faction should have about 10 claimable asteroids apiece. So, like, if you get all 10 of the asteroids for each faction and sell them, even if you only do that for like 1 or 2 factions, you'll probably get enough credit. Like, you'll have over 1 million credits after that, which should be enough to like buy decent weapons so you can start raiding, or you can get into trading at that point, because you'll have enough starting capital to like buy items to flip. But whatever. I know I don't have a mining laser to get Neonite or Trinium at this point, but I'm going to just keep pushing in towards the center, because I figure I'll eventually come across a claimable asteroid. The farther in towards the center I am, the more money I can sell it for, so that'll be good. And then the other benefit of doing this is I might encounter an equipment dock with a Trinium mining laser as opposed to a Neonite one, which would be quite good, honestly. Let's see. Go through this one, I guess. But I mean, we're like garbage tier compared to everyone around me. Oh, nice. Yeah, that is the benefit of doing salvaging, is like you do get nice lasers and stuff like that. So I've already hit Trinium, which is kind of cool, but also kind of sucks. Well, I guess this faction we're not friendly with anyway, so like I need to find a friendly faction. That way I'd be able to buy a mining laser from them. But if I get enough, I can go to a resource depot. I can go to a resource depot and like buy 300 Trinium and build a pad. Too deep for your own good. Yeah, no kidding. We're gonna get fucking hunted down is what's gonna end up happening here. But, you know, if I could get enough money to buy a single weapon, like that's all I need is a single weapon, would be golden, but I don't have enough money for that, so whatever, it's fine. Go over this way. Maybe we'll get lucky, warp into a claimable asteroid. I mean, it'd be great if we could find one like in one of the sectors over around here, because we could sell it to these guys, and yeah, we wouldn't get as much money as if we sold it to a friendly faction, but it would probably boost them from, you know, bad relations to neutral, which would be good because then we could at least trade with them. But that's okay. Yeah, all the ships here have shields too. Like I said, we are garbage. Basically, we're garbage floating through space in the region we are, because that's how bad our ship is compared to everyone else. But that's okay. I don't necessarily mind. I guess I should actually look at one of the ships around me and see what their stats are. So like, how much hull does this have? Or well, I have to get really close to them, huh? Because I don't have a scanner upgrade. Well, never mind. That's fine. Let's see. Any claimables? I thought that they used to give you one of the hidden object detector scanner things for free. Like, I thought you got that upgrade for free as a part of the story, but maybe that's changed, or maybe I just didn't go to the right sector or something like that. Which is possible too, because I'm usually not all that interested in doing the like early story, because it doesn't matter that much. Oh, they don't anymore? Just the map scanner now? Okay, well, I guess that's fine. Kinda sucks, but that's fine. Cool, just gotta wait 60 seconds, we'll warp over. I mean, I'm just hoping that I can get, like, a turret bot that will give me enough Omicron so I won't get headhunted before the headhunters, you know, come after us. Just because it kind of would suck to deal with that, but whatever. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Um, Basically, you just got to get that red triangle to orange and they won't come after them. But if it's red, they will eventually. Yeah, they do get absolutely wrecked. Like, the headhunters are no joke. They will and like ruin your day kind of a thing. So, especially when you're automating a ship, it's important to make sure they don't have a red triangle up there. Otherwise, it will get destroyed eventually, so just bear that in mind. If you don't want to rebuild the ship, like, build it strong enough initially. And then you just template it, because you'll know that it's strong enough for whatever level. And I do have some mining ship templates. This is actually a great mining sector. I'm glad I did warp in here. Well, for two reasons. One, there's a claimable asteroid, but two, there's a shit ton of neonite and trinium in here. Oh, they destroyed it in like 5 seconds. Yeah, that's true. The friendly ships will wreck stuff for you. It's just you need to be, like, you want your ship strong enough that it can survive for a few minutes. Otherwise, it'll get blown up before the friendly ships in the sector can get over there to destroy it. Let's see how much money we get for this. I'm thinking like a $250,000 is probably what it's going to be worth. Just based off of where we are. 200k, I guess. That's not bad. Oh, come on. That's bullshit. Like, turn the fucking ship like you're supposed to. It probably won't let me repair it either because it just got damaged. That's fucking stupid. That's the only downside of collision damage. Lots of money there, Rip. Yeah, no kidding, Rip. That little thruster. It's just annoying because you can't repair the block right away. Like, it's going to cost me, what? 7 fucking titanium and 22 credits, and it's going to make me wait another 15 seconds to repair that one block. That's stupid, but it's alright. I like collision damage because it forces me to actually give a shit about flying the ship properly. Otherwise, I just wouldn't. So, basically, so I'm not always crashing into stuff, I play with collision damage. That's kind of my thinking on it. But sometimes I get over it and will either tone it down or switch it off completely because it does get annoying. So basically what I'm looking for now is an equipment dock. A 200 DPS laser turret. That's great. Nice. For me, the way my plan for scaling DPS is I'm going to try to build a turret factory myself as early as possible. Like, I'm going to go right up on the edge of the barrier and build a factory, that like some turret factories there, and just stack a fuck ton of railguns. Because the tech level will be, like, the highest you can get your tech level before you overcome the barrier is going to be sectors directly touching the barrier. So if I put a turret factory inside of one of those sectors, I'm basically guaranteed to get the best possible turrets before you cross the barrier. Alright, my guy. Thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, since you followed, when I go live again, you will get an email notification about that. So hope to see you next time. Take it easy. Enjoy. Good luck on your Avorion playing as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, let's see. Fingers crossed, equipment dock shipyard. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. Or have like a warp gate that leads into one of those sectors. I'd be okay with that too, I guess. But research lab, that's kind of nice. And there is an equipment dock. Have a mining laser? Trinium level? Are salvaging trinium level. Damn it. Oh, there is a trinium mining. Hells yeah. And there's actually 2 of them. Lucky, lucky us. Let's go buy them. And there's going to be pirates showing up. That's what the burst of subspace signals means. So we can get like a single shot into one of the ships that come in, or the pirates that come in, so we get paid credits for helping them clear the pirates. And we can collect some nice juicy trinium tier turrets from the pirates as they get destroyed by the ships in the sector. So that is going to be good for us. So I'm going to buy 1 because that's all I can afford, unfortunately. I've got 70k. I kind of want to leave or keep I need some money so I can actually build a mining ship and stuff like that. It wouldn't be bad getting a good DPS turret on us, though. I can't really afford one right now, though. So I guess that's fine. Let's see. I could buy... This is titanium level mining system. It's probably worth buying one of those. And I'm going to buy the radar upgrade. Or not radar. Is it scanner? Not scanner. I forget what it is. Forget that. I don't need that. But now, what I need to do is go to a resource depot, and I can buy just a little bit of trinium, so I can put a trinium pad, or turret pad, on my ship, and then I can place that trinium mining turret on the front, and we can go get some trinium. And as opposed to taking the detour and upgrading to neonite first, after building our first ship, we'll just go straight to trinium. So like basically we have our first ship, like that's what we're flying around, this starter ship, built it in our first sector, and the first upgrade we're going to make to it that's major in any way, shape, or form is going to be upgrading it straight to trinium, which is fucking crazy. Like we've only, like I guess we are almost 2.5, 3 hours in for this particular game, but even so, like that is fairly fast. We don't have like a bunch of we only have 1 mining ship set up right now, and it's only really gathering iron, which kind of sucks, but even so, it's not too bad. So I need like 500 trinium ish, and it'll cost us, you know, we spent, how much money did we spend on that? like 40K to buy that. So that's a pretty hefty or pretty steep spend, all things considered. But we'll turn off our mirrors for a sec. And if I look at this laser right here, so he's fairly wide. We're going to delete out that chain gun for a minute. I'm going to go to Trinium, and I'm going to get turret base. So where, I forget where they put that. That's gyro. Turret base. Here we go. So we're going to just kind of custom build this out. So it's roughly the same size. And we're just going to make it a little bit deep. That's only 20 trinium? Really? Okay. So we'll put one there. And then we'll put one on top of each of these. We're going to backset them a little bit, like that. So now we have 3 spots where we can put up to trinium level turrets. Oh, not enough slots for civil turrets. That does make sense. Really? What size is this? 3? Okay, fine. Well, since we took all the turrets off, we now are no longer red triangle, which is good, so headhunters won't come after us. But I do need to buy a system in order to put that turret inside, so I could get this green one would work, honestly. Yeah, we'll just go buy the green one. And we'll have to permanently, or we don't have to permanently install it, but I'm going to permanently install it, just so we have more than just enough slots, if that makes sense. It'll give us a little extra. I think we'll have one extra universal slot left over after putting the trinium turret on if we put that system permanently installed in one of our slots. But we'll test that out in a minute. And if not, we can buy 2 of them. I think I have just enough money I can buy both of the green ones that they have. We'll just buy one to start with, though, because I think it's going to be enough if we permanently install it. So install permanently. Okay, cool. Then if we go back in, take this, put our bro right there, and we've got some extra space, so we can put our chain gun back on top, or put them back right there, I guess. And there we go. So now we've got a trinium mining laser, which is pretty dope. But oh, this has independent targeting? Shit. That's pretty cool. You don't see that very often on the mining turrets. Oh, these are Zotan chips. Interesting. So I'm not going to attack any of these, and then they won't bother me. But I am going to fly over, because they should drop some turrets and stuff like that. And we might be able to pick up some better weapons for ourselves. Just fly over and see what he dropped. They also will probably drop some trinium scrap, so we can get a little bit of trinium this way. So he dropped either a turret or a system. System, it looks like. White level, not a big deal. I'll take it though. It's generator upgrade, that is fairly useful. Especially starting out when you maybe can't build a large generator quite yet or something. If we scroll out, you can kind of see the glowing stuff, which is the drops from the guy. So I don't have a cargo hold, so I'm not going to be able to pick up any of this scrap or anything. Which I don't necessarily mind. I don't really need scrap iron necessarily. Anyhow. So, okay. We now have a laser that can mine trinium. So what we need to do is we need to go and mine some trinium. That way we can get enough money to buy some combat turrets. That way we're no longer kind of in this position where, oh, we're going to get taken down by a headhunter because we're not strong enough to actually fly in the sector we're in. So we're going to go to this sector here. Hopefully they'll have maybe 2 or 3 really good-sized trinium asteroids that we can mine up quickly. I'll take that over to the resource depot in the sector we just left and sell it, get some money, buy some combat turrets from the equipment dock, and then we'll move on. But I also can mine some neonite now. So trinium level laser will mine all the way up to xanium. So basically we don't, like, since we got a trinium mining laser, we have a mining laser that's strong enough to mine everything we're going to encounter until we cross the barrier, which is awesome. I mean, when we get to the Xanian region of space, I'm definitely going to be buying Xanian mining lasers if they're available, and I have the money for it, because they are a big increase in your mining speed and efficiency typically from the trinium lasers, especially when you're mining Xanian. It goes a lot faster if you have a Xanian level laser or better. So anyway, that's what we're going to try to do, but getting some trinium in is going to be super helpful. Because if we can get maybe like 10,000 trinium, I'll be able to go ahead and upgrade my ship real fast, and like just, you know, I can replace all the titanium armor that's on it with trinium armor, and that should give us enough hull to kind of balance a little bit better. We can also take a look at throwing on a shield generator and a bunch of stuff. So like once we mine out some trinium and have some credits on hand, we're going to upgrade our ship a lot because that's kind of where the stage that we're at. We need to mine enough trinium to build us a ship that's strong enough we can kind of fight pirates and stuff like that, so we can start exploring the hidden mass sectors and start doing some raiding. Yeah, you could go all the way to the Xanian sector before you start doing raiding, and that's fine, but placing Xanian blocks is really expensive to begin with, so having some extra credits because you've been raiding with a trinium level ship makes accessing your Xanian and being able to use your Xanian a lot easier. So that's kind of the plan. We'll see how it actually works out. It does depend a little bit on if we can get some decent combat turrets as well, because right now we still only have the starting chain gun that they give you, so we're not doing really any damage, but that's okay. We'll get there. I mean, trinium does sell for a decent amount of money, so we can sell this 1,000 and probably get like 20k or so out of it, which isn't bad. I mean, I'm okay with that. We need like maybe, I would say if we could get roughly 500,000 credits, we should be able to buy enough combat turrets. The ship will be fairly strong. And if we could get another 500,000 credits with some trinium on top of it, like 50k trinium and 500,000 credits, or 100k trinium, 500,000 credits, something like that, we'll be able to build a really bitchin' ship. And we'll be kind of ready to do all of the like mid-game, like the questing stuff before you overcome the barrier. So like we'll be able to take on swags and stuff like that and farm some Zotan artifacts and shit. But anyway, we'll see how it actually plays out, obviously, once we get a little bit farther in. The benefit of this mining sector is there is a resource depot here, so I can just fly over there and sell everything that we're mining straight away, and I don't have to jump, which is nice. But here's some neonite. That's always good to have too. It's good to have some of all the resources. Trinium is kind of what I'm wanting to mine right now, just because it sells for a lot more. But having a little bit of additional neonite is good too, because I can use that for some of the smaller blocks. So like, I don't know, if we just need generic coal or something, I don't have to spend my trinium on it, because I'm going to want the trinium for like my generators and armor and stuff like that. So anyway, not a big deal. Get some nice juicy neonites. Though we have a few thousand of every resource type, and we can kind of build the various blocks available to us at this point in the game. Let's see. So hopefully there's another trinium asteroid over here. I mean, we are, like, there are warp gates, but we are more or less stranded because our energy production isn't good enough on this ship, and we warp, so we're still waiting another like 2 minutes before we even have power, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is, I guess. So I am kind of curious how much, like, we only had the one trinium asteroid, it kind of looks like. So if I fly over here, how much can I actually sell this trinium we mined out for? Like, how much money did we make in this like 2 minutes that we've been flying around? Because hopefully it's a decent amount. Like, I just haven't been super lucky on the claimable asteroids, unfortunately. Granted, every one that we find at this depth of space is like worth a couple 100,000 coin, or whatever, 100,000 credit, or a couple 100,000 credits, but it's also good if you can get money more than just by selling stuff. Oh, wow, you only get 4? Whew, that's not a lot. Okay, so that's only like 4 grand, so I'm not going to sell that. That's not even worth our time. Alright, fine. That goes northeast. That's actually the one we want to go through, I think. So we'll go over here. Do. I really should expand my generator more, it kind of looks like, but I want to scale up the size of my ship first, and then I can build a bigger block for the generator, and just have one block as opposed to like 4 or 5 of them, if that makes sense. But, kind of wait, I guess, till we have more trinium. Because then I can build the generator out of trinium, and it's going to output a hell of a lot more power for us, which will be nice. There is a shipyard here, so I could, in theory, do that now. So if I go in here and just put generators... Cool. Alright, there we go. We spent some of our trinium, but now we have a lot more power capacity, or power generation. It did cost us some credits to do that, obviously. Building any blocks costs credits, but the more exotic the block or the better the block, the more credits it costs, so just bear that in mind. Any good damaging turrets, so that's salvaging. Wouldn't be bad to get a salvage laser, honestly. I could get this cannon turret, 206 isn't terrible, I guess. Tesla turret, 383 is even better, and it's 2 slot. So that's probably the one we should buy, is this like Tesla turret. Normally I start out with Tesla turrets just because they tend to have a higher base DPS than the other types of turrets to start out with, and you aren't likely to encounter ships made out of stone, so you're always going to be able to do damage with it. There's really only one boss that is built out of stone, and outside of that, you don't encounter ships that Tesla turrets can't damage, unless you're playing multiplayer, PvP multiplayer specifically, and someone builds their ship with a stone layer or something. But anyway, so I find that Tesla turrets are pretty good starting out. Railguns are better because they have better range and everything, but starting out, it's hard to find good railguns. Normally you have to build them yourself at your own turret factories, so which costs a lot of money to get in, to even get started with, and then to actually build it, it costs even more. So that'll be more of like, after we built a few stations and stuff, we'll maybe take a look at building some railguns. Until then, we're probably just going to try to get some decent Tesla turrets from one of the equipment docks that's around. We do need to find a claimable asteroid, however, because if we are only able to sell trinium for 4 credits a pop, like 1,000 trinium is only 4,000 credits. So getting the 100k that we need 25,000 trinium to get 100k, and we don't even have 300. And really, I want to spend that trinium that we're mining on upgrading my ship as opposed to selling it. So like, yeah, not super great. I need to build an auto miner is what I need to do so I can get trinium and neonite passively, but that's okay. We'll just kind of, I want to gather up some more trinium out of this sector, then we'll probably warp over to a different one and see if there's a claimable asteroid. It is good to know that there's an equipment dock and a shipyard in this sector though, because I can come back here, get damaging turrets, I can get mining lasers, I can get systems, and then I can also upgrade upgrade any block on the ship as opposed to just the limited blocks. So like I can add generators in this sector, which is nice. So anyhow, not a big deal, but worth mentioning, I guess. Alright, cool. Get some more trinium in the hopper. It's always good. Go mine this asteroid too. It's kind of like you might as well mine all of them at this point in the game, because I need the trinium. So it does appear that the asteroids that start with the letter T are like all weird shaped now. So like titanium and trinium, they're these boxy weird asteroids, and the other, or iron and neonite at least, are like normal looking. They're round still. So I'm not 100% sure why they changed that, if that's like an intended change or if that's just like a glitch because of a patch or something. But either way, it's fine. I don't necessarily mind that they're squares. It's alright. It does make it difficult to tell how big they are though, without having a mining system. So like it's hard for me to know if this is a massive asteroid or a small asteroid, because they're the same size, just sometimes they're denser than others. If I had a mining system that could identify trinium asteroids, it would tell me how much trinium was inside of this asteroid if I had it highlighted, but I don't have one of those yet, so no worries on that, I guess. So I'm not 100% sure why I got that notification that I lost a mechanic and gained a crewman. Like, why? Weird. Odd. I don't know what the hell that's about. Alright, cool. Pirates are actually attacking the sector here. So I am going to stop mining this for a minute. Because what I want to do is fly over and put like one little pot shot into one of these guys. So I get credit for helping the faction defeat them. I don't know if I don't think I actually hit any of them before they got destroyed, which is a shame. But there is a red drop over here. Hopefully that's a turret. It's a system. Still though, I'll take it. Where was the third one? One there, one over there. So there is a green. Is it a system or a turret? Be a turret, please. Because I kind of need turrets right now. It's a system. Fine, I'll take the system. If it'll, you know, go into my cargo. There we go. Alright, so we... Oh, fuck. We got an Ogonite level mining system? That is pretty juicy. That is pretty juicy right there. Yes, please, thank you. I will take that all day. All day long. Because that will highlight up to Ogonite level asteroids, including the hidden ones. So that is pretty... That's a pretty sweet drop to get in the Trinium level of sectors. I mean, damn. We're not going to be able to mine Ogonite for ages. Like, we probably still have 20 to 30 hours worth of gameplay before we're going to be able to mine, like, even encounter Ogonite, let alone mine it. But we've got a system that can highlight it, and if you permanently install that system, you can technically highlight up to Avorion asteroids. So that is a very good system to get for free. Normally those are a few $100,000 at this trade station. So I mean, I do need money, so I could just sell that system and I'd probably get like over 100,000 credits for it. But really I want to save it because I think it's going to be worth hanging on to in the long run. So it's fine, we'll mine out this asteroid. This looks to be a pretty good sized Trinium one. 7.6k Trinium in total, I guess. Now granted, we're not going to get all of that because of the efficiency loss on the laser, but that's alright. Not a big deal. Cool, cool. Well, this asteroid will probably get us close to 4,000 Trinium, maybe 5,000, which will be good. I'll probably upgrade the generators on this ship a little bit more, just because that Ogonite system is taking a lot of power to run. But I would like to keep that... Well, honestly, I probably shouldn't keep that system on this ship, because really, this ship isn't going to be the ship I'm going to use for mining. I'm going to build auto miners for that, but for right now, since it's still early and I don't have a lot of automated miners yet, I am willing to fly around with this ship and mine with it and have the mining system in it. What I could do is hop out into my drone and actually build a new ship and build a mining ship for out here and throw the Trinium laser directly on that and then just have it fly around and mine all these asteroids for me automatically. As opposed to doing it myself. But I'm gonna wait a little bit because I do want to have enough money to be able to build a bigger ship, and in addition to that I need some combat turrets to put on it, so it's not gonna be red triangle like my ship is currently. Like, I really do need to get combat turrets on this ship. Like, I am a little bit surprised that I haven't been attacked by headhunters yet, just because normally they do come relatively quickly, especially if you're warping around and you've been weak for a long time type of a deal. But not a big deal. I mean, we might be okay even if they do come in, just because there's a lot of faction ships in here, and the faction ships will attack them, so, like, we are reasonably protected in this particular sector, but if we fly somewhere else, we won't be. Alright, cool. So we got just under 4,000. I am gonna transform that generator block too. So I've got one there. Maybe what I'll do is I'll put like a generator on either wing. Something like that, maybe? I don't really have enough credits to keep building is the issue. What I do want to kind of do is look at armor, and then I want to go to trinium armor and transform some of this. Because it should increase our hull quite a bit, and it's not super duper expensive to do this either. Or it doesn't appear to be. And we might be able to transform most, if not all, of the armor on the ship to trinium, which will increase our hull strength dramatically, I would think. Is that all of it? Almost. Okay. So I think we just upgraded all of our hull to trinium, which is pretty crazy to think about. Because that just got us almost to 19k hull, which is decent. Yeah, because how much does this actually use? 1.8 gigawatts? Yeah, that's quite a bit, in all honesty. Like, this one only uses 179 megawatts. Granted, it's significantly lower level, but not that I really need an Ogonite level 1 at the moment. But I've got one, so whatever. So this is going to be like a northeast. It's probably that one. Go through. I'm looking for a claimable asteroid, because that is going to be the fastest way for us to make a fuck ton of money. That is only 40k. I'm not going to waste my time mining that right now. We'll only get like 20k out of it, and it'll take a while, so I might do it when we come back through, because I'm assuming we're probably going to end up back in this sector to buy the turret, because there's an equipment dock and shipyard here. Oh, I don't have the money to even warp through there. Well, that's kind of embarrassing. How much does it cost? 431? Is there a resource depot in here? Yeah, there is. How much? Well, you know what? I'm just going to take the risk and go into this yellow sector. And I know this is risky to do because I have no firepower on the ship, so if there's a bunch of fucking pirates in there, we could get fucked. But at the same time, it's likely there will be a claimable asteroid in this sector, or it'll be a smuggler's outpost, either one of which would be really good for us to find. Nope, it's pirates. And it's a pirate shipyard sector. Shit, that's even worse. Go to the next one in line. Won't take us too long. Yeah, they've noticed us, but we're not doing anything with them, so it should be okay. They'll leave us alone. It's only if you start flying towards them and start doing stuff to them that they get pissed off, so just bear that in mind. There we go. Get on out of there. Hopefully the next one's not a pirate sector, or there won't be pirates inside of it. Because I don't really want to deal with them. Or, well, I can't really deal with them either, but anyway, not a big deal. So there are pirates, and they are jamming me right now, so that is not ideal. But let me just look real fast. So there is a claimable asteroid right there, and there's another one in the back. So I'm going to try to grab both of these. We got to wait 77 seconds anyway, so it's kind of like... might as well try to grab these credits. And then what I can do is just fly away. Like, I think we're going to have enough hull that I can take a little bit of damage. Fuck me. I guess I should probably set a jump point. Cell 207, cool. Come on, fly. Get on out of there so they stop, like, completely destroying me. So they shouldn't be able to keep up. If I'm going full speed, that is. That's the one we claimed. Where's the other one? It was like above it, I thought. It's not there, it's not there. There is a big trinium, so if we clear out all the pirates in here, it would be good for us. Yeah, we're in range of his lasers, which isn't ideal. We might have enough time to claim this one, hopefully. And then we can warp out real fast. We don't really have any thrusters left, is kind of part of our issue. 210, cool. I am content. We just made 400k. And escaped the pirates without dying. Fantastic. Once we load in here, I'm just going to repair our ship. Make stuff a little bit better for us. Cool. Well, that actually worked out pretty well, all things considered. What I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay in the empty sectors of space, because you may encounter pirates here, that's true. However, if you don't encounter pirates, your warp core will recharge a lot faster for you, so that's kind of my thinking on that. One thing that might be worth doing... is transforming and upgrading our energy container. Just so we can store more power. Granted, it's not going to work right now because of, you know, we're out of power. If I took out this Ogonite upgrade right here, like that, we would suddenly be fine again. There we go. Not a big deal, though. Just warp on over. Our battery's about half full. If I actually waited for it to fully charge, we probably would have enough battery to fully charge up before warping back in, but that's okay. So it's this one that has the resource depot and stuff, okay. And this one. So there's two. So this sector or this sector will work for us. So we'll go to this one because that has a warp gate that takes us down in a different direction, so probably going to be worth our while. I think there's also a military dock there with a combat mission, so if we buy a military turret, now that we've got 400k, and we can actually put some DPS on our ship and such, you know, we'll be looking a lot better. I'm going to let our battery fully charge up before we do this next jump, though, just so we have enough battery capacity that our warp drive can recharge all the way before, you know, like it'll recharge all the way without draining all of our battery, or like draining all of our power, if that makes sense. I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's go. Cool. So now what the name of the game is going to be, once we upgrade our weapons and stuff like that, I am going to want to redesign the entire ship, is most likely how this is going to work, because I need to figure out where I'm going to put shield generators and a bunch of other stuff that we don't currently really have room for. And that's fine, not necessarily a big deal, but if I don't have, you know, like, what I need, if I don't have shields and stuff like that, and I don't have space for them, it's not going to work very good for us. So there's a Trinium 217. That's actually not terrible. What size is it? Oh, it's size 1. That actually is pretty good. That's a size 2, 150, 125, 133. So we're probably just going to buy the one Tesla turret. That's the only one that's really any good, as far as I can tell. So we'll fly over to the equipment dock and pick that up and put it on the ship. We'll swap out the chain gun that we've got right now. We also can look at their systems when we get over there and see if there's something that's worth building as far as that's concerned. We don't really have enough trinium to do too much on our expansion, so like I can't really upgrade our thrusters or anything to trinium level at this point. I need to mine more of it. But we do have enough money that we can at least place the blocks now, so that is good. And we can buy like the turrets and such that we need. So there we go, we are docked. I'm gonna trade. As far as this goes, these are unarmed turret slots, so buying a couple of those is actually pretty useful for us, or it will be useful for us. Armed, unarmed, unarmed. Yeah, the rest of those aren't really worth it. Okay, so the double Tesla, single slot, 114k, we'll buy that one. And then the rest of these, I don't really want, honestly. Like, they aren't that great. Utility stuff, nothing there is all that good either. I could sell these double iron mining turrets, I guess. Unless I wanted to build another titanium miner, which, not really. And besides, I could sell, or I could put better turrets on it anyway. So we will sell both of those, I think. We'll hang on to the upgrades for now. But let's go ahead and throw on our new combat turret. So if we delete that bad mama off, we can go in here and take our Tesla turret. We only have one, and they are quite small. But we'll put them right at the front. We need 3 gunners instead of the 2.5 that we have. So as far as crew goes, just drop one off, put one in, and boom, we're perfect. Perfectly crewed. We now have a couple hundred extra Omicron worth of damage, and we still have 1 unarmed turret slot and 1 armed turret slot available to us. I just want to buy another good Tesla turret as opposed to, you know, wasting money on a turret that's not going to be as good, because I know this other equipment dock has a good Tesla turret. I'm just going to fly over there real quick, and I'm going to go buy another 200 DPS or so Tesla turret to put on our ship as well with the one that we already have. That way we've got enough DPS that we're no longer going to be tracked by the headhunters, because as of right now we still are, even with that new turret being put on our ship. So kind of concerning, because the headhunters, if you're in an empty sector, you're going to get wrecked, is basically what will happen. If you're not in an empty sector, you might be okay, because, you know, the faction or whoever is in there has their ships that patrol, and they'll go and attack, you know, the headhunter. But if your ship can't survive long enough for the faction to defeat it for you, and you can't defeat it yourself, you're going to lose your ship. And if you have a reconstruction token, I guess that's okay. You get it repaired for free. But you do have to buy a new reconstruction token, and those can get quite costly. The bigger the ship gets, the more expensive those tokens cost. So just bear that in mind. You might want to avoid dealing with the headhunter if possible, because it's not a fun experience having your ship destroyed. But anyway, not a big deal. Go through the gate. We actually have the 287 credits to afford traveling through the gate, if you can believe it. So go in. And we'll probably go straight to the equipment dock. So, equipment dock is right down here. Cool. And hopefully this second Tesla turret will give us enough DPS. We're not going to have a problem anymore. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what level we have to get to. Maybe we also need to expand our hull strength and put some shields on or something too. That could very well be the case because we are in Trinium. Like it may be more than just having DPS. But usually if you get enough Omicron, that will go away more for the most part. So we could buy, well, that's armed, unarmed. That's not really useful. This is a Neonite level mining system, so that actually could be useful to us. I don't want to spend the money on it unless I have it available. So there's a Trinium salvaging. I could buy one of those, so I have a salvaging laser because I don't right now. This is the Tesla turret I was looking at, so 368. It is a 2-slot turret instead of a single slot, which is okay. It does give us a lot more. So there's a railgun. That's not very high DPS. So these turrets down here are not very good. But this one's not terrible. It's not super duper expensive. So we'll go ahead and buy that. I think I'll also buy this mining system upgrade at the same time. And then what we need to do here is we need to change out our system. So I really need to remove this system. I need to install that system. I need to remove this system. And then I probably also need to install that system in order to have enough turret slots for our 2 Tesla turrets. So if I delete that guy out and I take our Teslas right here, you can put one there and then you put the other one on the other side, I guess. Looks a little wonky because they're different sizes, but I guess what we could do to remedy that is you put the small one in the front, then you put a mining laser here, and the bigger double Tesla right there. Something like that. I guess that looks okay. Kind of cool. We could put them up at the front as well, I suppose. And it would look okay, but not a big deal. We do need to get another gunner, it looks like. So let's hire a couple of gunners real quick. And I'm also going to hire just a couple of miscellaneous crew. So we've got them. I need to go back through and reset up our keybinds for our weapons. So Teslas will be on 1 and our miner will be on 2. But there we go. We did get enough DPS that we're no longer under threat of the headhunters coming and attacking us. So that is a good thing. Really at this point we just need to farm up some more Trinium in order to be able to expand our ship. So what we can do for that, I kind of want to go to these hidden mass sectors since they are close by, because one of them might just be, like, the one that had the claimable asteroids in it would be a great sector to mine in if we clear out all those pirates. I just don't know if we're actually strong enough to do that quite yet. Like, I probably should build some shields first, so I need to find a sector that's relatively safe for me to mine some Trinium in before we do that. Now, this is a pirate sector. And yeah, this is a big pirate sector. Not just any pirate sector, but a big pirate sector. But that is good to know that there's 2 pirate shipyard sectors real close by each other. Because we can capture these shipyard stations and convert them into whatever station we want for half cost. So that actually could be quite useful for us. If we want to make a base of operations in one of these 2 sectors, we could. Or even if we don't, with the station docking, we could just capture the stations and then dock it and transport it somewhere else, I suppose. Well, sorry, ship. I'm not going to be able to defeat, like, 50 fucking pirates for you, unfortunately. My ship is nowhere near strong enough for that, so you're kind of on your own on that one. I don't know why the fuck you flew through here as a freighter in the first place, but kind of your problem at this point. There we go. Get out of this sector. A lot of pirates, but not a big deal. Hopefully this one will just be a chill mining sector. Maybe there'll be like 1 or 2 pirates that we can easily kill, and then we can mine out some trinium. Or there won't be any pirates. That'd be even better, but usually there's at least 1 or 2. It's just typically how these sectors work, but we'll see what actually happens, I suppose. So it doesn't look like there's any pirates, so that is a good start. As far as minables, there are asteroids. I'm just looking to see if there's a claimable asteroid somewhere. And we will fly in that direction first, because there's probably trinium in all of these asteroid fields. But that is a claimable right there. So we will just fly straight away for that. And hopefully mine some trinium along the way. But this will give us another couple 100,000 coins or credits, whatever, and that will be useful. There's some neonite there. That's a pretty good sized titanium asteroid, it looks like. If we put our... So we'd have to take out the generator one. Yeah, okay. Do I really need this one right now? Not necessarily. And I don't have to put in the orange one either. I can just put in the green one, and that'll highlight up to neonite. If I perma install it, it'll do trinium as well. Cool. Another 217. Yummy, yummy. I will take it. As far as this goes, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'll just put in the orange one. I can fly around with this still. It's just, I'm right at the capacity, so I'll take it out before I warp, I guess. But while I'm in the sector mining, it is nice to have it, because especially in sectors like this where it's kind of foggy or whatever, it does kind of give you an idea of what direction you need to fly to mine stuff. So that is a nice aspect of having a mining system installed that is highlighting the level of resources that you actually want to mine. So we're going to get some more trinium built up. I'm probably going to mine out like between 50 and 100,000 trinium, and then we're going to take a look at trying to expand our ship. And what I'm going to try to do, right now we have 4 system slots on the ship. In our next ship, I want to try to get at least 7, if not 8 slots. Like, if we could get an 8-slot ship in our next one, that would be ideal. I'm just not 100% sure if we can make a ship that big quite yet. But mainly because we probably don't have the credits to do it, or we won't have the resources to do it. But I want to get some resources mined up. That way I can expand my main ship. I want to get some more trinium mining lasers so I can build a couple auto miners out in the trinium region of space. That way we can start automatically getting trinium and neonite and that kind of stuff. It also will provide us with iron and titanium and all of that too, because there are, like, as you can see, there's an iron asteroid just off to our left. So if we put a mining ship here, it would mine a little bit of iron too. But it would be nice to get another mining ship set up anyway, since we only have one. And doing it in the trinium sector would be good for us, because we'll have access to most of the resources that are going to be available to us before overcoming the barrier. We'll just be missing the Xanian, but we haven't hit Xanian quite yet. We're not saying that we're very far away from it. We probably only have to do maybe 4 or 5 more jumps and we'll be there, especially if we put a warp core on this ship. But it's alright, because if we go into the Xanian region, the ship, like our mining ships that we're going to automate in there, have to be even stronger than they'd have to be if they're in this region of space. So, like, not only do we need to buy trinium mining lasers to build our mining ships, we also need to buy 2 more Tesla turrets, or approximately 600 DPS worth of, or 600 Omicron worth of firepower to put on the mining ship. Otherwise, it will get taken down by a headhunter while mining. If if we just leave it without that amount of DPS, because that's how much it took to get our ship out of the headhunter territory, so it should be the same for any other. But what I can do is I can template this ship's design, because it works fairly good, and it will be a decent, like, it's, as far as crew costs are concerned, it takes, what, 10 crew to actually run this ship? that is not bad, all things considered, so it'll be relatively cheap on the upkeep and everything like that. Now, the one thing I did forget to check is on our fleet, it is set to auto-pay cruise. Good. That is good. Sometimes that toggles off when you start a new game, and if your crews don't get paid, they will quit, and you'll lose all of them, so that sometimes can really dick you over. So it's good to double check that is turned on, because you want it turned on usually. Or I want it turned on usually, because I don't like to manually pay the crews. It takes too much time. Especially when you have 40 ships or something like that. You know, could you imagine clicking through 40 different ships to fucking pay them? As opposed to just having to do it automatically. Anyway. Get the rest of this trinium, then we'll go... Looks like there's a trinium below us as well. We'll get that one. And we'll just fly around this sector for a little bit since it is empty. Meaning there's not like pirates or anything inside of it. We can just like mine away. So this is a hidden asteroid, so there is like 20k inside of it. So we just got to mine off the top layer, and then there will be some trinium underneath. Now they do take a little bit longer to mine, but you tend to get more resources out of these than the regular asteroids, so that is a good thing when you find these. That's the other benefit of using a mining system, is you can't actually detect these without a mining system unless you go through and mine out the top layer of every single asteroid inside of the system, which you're not going to do, especially if the ship's automated. There's not a way to tell them to do that, so that's why you want to put mining systems inside of your automated mining ships. It will definitely improve your yield, because some of these hidden asteroids, like this is a small one, 23k is pretty small. Some of them are like 2 million. Like, I think the biggest one I've ever seen was like 7 million of something. Like, I think it was a 7 million Xanian or asteroid or something like that. And it was inside the barrier and everything, so like, you probably won't find that outside the barrier, but you can find crazy huge resource asteroids if you have a mining system and it's a hidden rock. That's kind of the pro strat, is to find the hidden rock asteroids and mine those out exclusively. You end up getting more. Getting our mining lasers is another way to drastically boost your resource gathering production, because you get a lot higher efficiency with our mining lasers. So just another thing to keep in mind. I haven't really encountered any trinium R mining lasers yet, so once I find some trinium R mining lasers, I'm going to buy them, because I would like to upgrade to R miners on my main ship or on the next mining ship I build, if at all possible. The only downside to using R miners is you do have to build cargo space for those ships in order to store the ore, and you have to automate them with an additional step where they go and refine all the raw ore that they gather into the actual material. But doing that is not difficult by any means, and it is it's definitely worth it. R mining, you gather so much faster. Like, you don't get resources consistently, so like we consistently get a trickle of iron and titanium and stuff because of the auto miner we have set up with regular lasers. If it was our miners, we wouldn't get that trickle of resources, but every like 10-15 minutes or so, when the cargo hold is full on the ship and it goes and refines it, we'll get a big chunk of like 100 or 200,000 of whatever it's mining all at once. So it's better, like you end up getting more. And since it's more efficient, you're getting more out of the asteroids when you mine them. So our first mining ship finally mined out that entire sector up on its own. Good job, the lady. So I am just going to move him over here. We'll tell him to mine out this sector. For now, doesn't necessarily matter. This is just a low-tier mining ship out there. So, you know, I'm not too worried about it. I can just advance them inwards as time progresses, or as time passes. And if I want more iron, or if I want to keep them in the outer fringe, I can just keep them inside of those sectors. There's plenty of them around the starting sector where he's currently located, that he should be able to mine iron and titanium pretty much indefinitely. Anyway, not too bad. I mean, I will say we are making decent gains for this playthrough. Like, you know, all things considered, we're about 3 hours in as far as actual gameplay is concerned. Because I did have to drop the stream about 30 minutes in initially just so I could change my bitrate so the quality would be a bit better. But we're already at Tritium. We only have one automated ship. That's the only thing that prevents me from saying we're having a really good start. Because you do, like, I really should have at least 2, if not 3, automated miners by this point in the game, but I don't. And that's alright. It just means it'll take us longer to build up the resources we're going to need. But not the end of the world on that either. So there we go. We got, you know, some a little bit of trinium anyway. Not a whole lot, and that's primarily because we don't have our mining lasers. So they're not super high efficiency when it comes to mining trinium. So we lose a lot of the ore that's actually present. So like that 23k only gave us like 8k. That 11k will probably only give us like 1k. So like it is like worth your while to find our mining lasers. It's just not always the easiest thing in the world, of course. Uh, 15, 2, 1, 7. I guess we'll go to the 7. What is that one? 12. That one looks really big for only being 7k. That's a 9. Let's go to the 9, actually. There is a fair amount of trinium in here, though. So, like, if I had an R miner in here, like, all these asteroids, this would be quite a bit of trinium and neonite and everything. Which would be great, but I gotta find some R mining lasers, actually. I also need to find some more claimable asteroids so I can get enough cash to be able to buy more combat turrets and the R mining lasers. Like, we probably don't have enough money to even afford that kind of stuff right now, but that's okay. We'll get there eventually. I did kind of want to look around for just a second. So, emergency call, just distress beacon, so we'll probably end up going down and keep pushing inwards, I guess. Might as well type of a thing. But I'm going to mine out this asteroid first, then we're going to do this jump and kind of take a look and see what we can find. I'm hoping that I can find another claimable asteroid or 2 so we can get close to him. Like, if I could get 1,000,000 credits, we've got 292, so I've got enough. I could either buy a combat turret or like an R mining laser or a normal mining laser or something like that. And that's about it. So I have about enough money. Like, I need about 200,000, one more asteroid's worth of money in order to set up another automated mining ship if I'm going to put it in the Trinium region of space. Which is where I want to put it because it's kind of like might as well. There's no reason to put it, you know, farther out towards the edge, you know? Oh, yeah. How's it going? You know, yeah, we're still going. So I got a Trinium mining laser. I got a couple Tesla turrets, that kind of stuff. Nothing too crazy. Basically, I'm just trying to gather up some Trinium, more or less, so I can build a decent sized, or so I can build like a warp core and shit like that on my main ship, and also so I can build a decent strength auto mining ship for the Trinium region of space, so I can not have to mine Trinium asteroids myself anymore. I also am looking for R mining lasers and more combat turrets. But nothing too crazy. It's fine, all things considered. It just sucks how inefficient these fucking mining lasers are. Like, this was supposed to be a 9,000 Trinium asteroid, and we're maybe gonna get like 2,000 out of it ish, not even, like less than 2,000. So I mean, our efficiency is terrible right now, so I really do want to upgrade to R miners. Because it just feels bad when you're burning through these asteroids and you're not getting anything out of them. Like, really, for the amount of asteroids that I've mined, I should have, like, hundreds of trinium, meaning hundreds of thousands of trinium, and I don't, so yeah, we need to get better lasers. It's definitely worth it once you hit trinium. I did get lucky and got an Ogonite level mining system from a pirate drop. So a pirate came and raided a system. I didn't even shoot him, but he dropped an Ogonite mining system. I was like, damn, that is a great find. Well, like, I could sell that system for 400k. So, like, I think they're normally, like, 600,000-700,000 to buy if you find them at, like, an equipment dock. So I was pretty happy about that. I feel like that is a very lucky drop. Granted, it is expert mode, so in theory the drop should be better for you, but even so, that felt like a very good drop. So far out, like, you won't even encounter those for like another 30-40 hours of gameplay, you know what I mean? Yeah, exact. I'm not permanently installing it on this particular ship because I want to put it on a mining ship instead, just because ultimately, I'm probably not going to have a mining system on my main ship because I'll want it to be able to do combat a little bit better. But, yeah, like, when you permanent install it, it'll do Avorion level, which is awesome. So, I mean, I already have an endgame mining system. And we're only, like, it's like 3 hours in, I guess, but still, like, I feel like that's decent. The only thing I don't feel is decent is we don't have a second automated ship yet. But that's mostly because I need more turrets in order to, like, be able to build it and not have it get destroyed. But I want to build up like 50 to 100k trinium, and then I'm going to scale up my ship quite a bit. I'll probably redesign it for the most part. But anyway. Nothing too crazy. Zoom out for a minute. Are there... Don't really see any claimables. And that's fine, I guess. Probably would have made sense to, like, add a warp core to our ship, just because we're still on basic range, but... I guess that's alright. We'll do it later. I kind of want to save this ship's template for my miners because I know that it has enough hull to be okay as long as it has 600 Omicron worth of firepower, which isn't that much. That's 2 turrets, or 1 turret if you get a good turret. So, I'm good with that. It's just I need to find at least 1 more good combat turret in order to build an auto miner. Otherwise, it'll get destroyed right away. And also, it would be cool if I could put our miners, or our lasers, on that mining ship as well. Just because we'll get just so much more trinium, it's not even funny. Like, probably 10 to 100 times more trinium. And it'll cost us the same as buying a normal laser. So, whatever. I guess we have to put on a cargo bay, but even so, that's not a big deal. This could be a good one. Let's see. Claimables anywhere. Because an extra couple 100k or 200k would be great. They might be all claimed. Because there are a lot of mines in here. Yeah, there isn't one. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, a ton of resources for upgrades, 30k shields. Yeah, 30k shields pretty good for this area of space, I feel like. I mean, my hull is about 20k right now. I upgraded all the armor to trinium. But once I expand the size, like, this ship is going to be crazy strong just on hull alone. Like, I don't have any shields on quite yet. It probably would make sense just to put a small shield generator on, just because it'll improve the ship quite a bit. But, I don't necessarily need shields on my mining ships either, so yeah. I guess I could template it and then do the changes I want to make, but that sounds like a lot of work, so I'm not gonna. I'll go to this one. He's off on his own. I like the way that looks. Cool. Yeah. It's crazy how much energy this system takes, though. Almost 2 gigawatts just for that one. It's like, that single system almost takes as much power as my entire ship. Which is funny to think about, but... just shows you how much better of a system that is than compared to everything else that is kind of at our level for this playthrough. So, anyway. Oh, nice. That's awesome. The shield converter drops are, like, those systems can be crazy good. Especially if you have an impenetrable shield system as well. Like, you can get, I forget what it is. Like, you get an impenetrable shields as a yellow system, I think. And then as long as you get a yellow or better on the shield booster system, you'll have impenetrable shields that, like, basically it covers the negative bonus off of one with extra, so you still get the buff. So, like, impenetrable shields, you lose some of your shield percentage, I think. So if you put a shield reinforcer or a shield booster, I forget what it's called, it's one of those two, you can get it to where it cancels out the negative on your shields from impenetrable shields, and then it still gives you an increase, so, like, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it does take a ton of power, that is true, so you have to have a massive fucking generator, but also that usually isn't that big of a deal, I don't think, but 33% less power. That is pretty significant. Granted, if you got a generator upgrade that did more than 33% increase, it would offset it. So, and I think even the white one, if you permanently install a white generator upgrade, it's like 57 or something. So you can make up that loss with one upgrade pretty easily. Oh, the AI. Fun stuff. Gotta love the AI. That's actually one of my favorite bosses. Yeah. It's not, like... it's fun to fight if you have a really... like, if you have a shit ton of Omicron. If you don't, then it kind of sucks. But... well, and you can't even fight him until you have at least one of the Zotan artifacts. His shields are impenetrable unless you have a Zotan artifact. That's probably Project Exodus right over there. Which I guess we could pick up. Might as well, I suppose. Oh, of course it's a fucking torpedo. Why? I don't want to deal with torpedoes yet. Go ahead and set our next jump point down here somewhere, I guess. I just can't run out of power or else I'm gonna get destroyed. Yeah, yeah. The torpedoes are only annoying because it's like they beep the entire time. Like, if they didn't beep the whole time, I wouldn't mind them as much. Well, we got hit. That sucks. Didn't do all that much, though. Really? That's crazy. Huh. Ugh. Now it's glitching in place, yeah. Gotta love it. Sometimes Avorion gets a little buggy, but It's alright. Most of the time it's fine. Unless you're playing multiplayer, then you're, like, always screwed. From what I've heard. I haven't actually tried multiplayer, but apparently the servers are not super great. Kind of surprised we ended up inside of a, like, shipyard sector, honestly. Oh, this is a... Okay, this is Smuggler's Outpost. Is it? No. Yes, there's a Smuggler's there. Okay. Cool. That actually is lucky. Sometimes Smuggler's Outposts are a bitch and a half to find. Oh, did they re-optimize them? That's good. Well, I mean, I would think that playing Avorion online would be super fun, assuming there wasn't a shit ton of lag. Because this game, like, the combat can be difficult enough as it is, just dealing with, like, drift and stuff like that. But if your lag is terrible on top of that, like, I feel like, yeah, combat would kind of be impossible. Yeah, that's true. The servers that I was looking at, most of them seem to be like German based, which I guess makes sense since the game company is based out of Germany, but um, I don't speak, well, I know a little bit of German, right? So I took German in like school, but that's been a few years and I don't speak German with anyone, so like I'm not functionally literate enough to be able to play on a German server. I feel like they would know instantly that I'm not a native speaker, I feel like, so I don't want to try to join that server because I feel like it'll piss them off, so it's fine. I'm content with single player, I suppose. At some point I'll build my own dedicated, like I'll host my own server is what I'm gonna do, because then I can make sure I have enough memory and stuff. So that's a big tritium. So this is a good sector to put a mining ship. Once we set it up. Because there's a big neonite and a big tritium asteroid that I can see just right off the bat. Okay, cool. So we'll maybe put the miner in here. So I'm going to add a note. Cool. And then, once we find another equipment dock, which we will probably come across soon. Oh, cool. 135 battery. That's an awesome upgrade, too. Oh, I thought I calculated. Okay, fine. Yeah, 2.35 times the size. It's crazy. Let's see. Some baby asteroids around. Alright, fine. It's not my first Avorion stream. So I played like... I think I needed to get like 2 more Zotan artifacts or something to overcome the barrier on another series I was playing that I was just doing exclusively via live stream. And I streamed that maybe 4 or 5 times. So it's not my first time streaming it. It is my first time playing through the Black Market DLC. Like this first time playing expert mode, as well as with the black market DLC content installed. Like, it's first time on that, I guess. But I feel like this. So initially, like, I do have a full playlist on YouTube as well. So like, if you want like more tutorial or like just Avorion content in general, check out my YouTube channel, Lone Debater 7, and there is a full Avorion playlist. It's probably like a couple hours long because it is the majority of my main playthrough, the first one I ever did. So there's a bunch of good shit in there. But I plan on live streaming this through most of the game, if not the entire game, because realistically, like, the black market stuff isn't, I feel like, isn't gonna matter until you're past the barrier, because part of it, there's like a convoy thing that goes from outside the barrier inside of it that you can raid or like protect, and there's a bunch of cool shit like that. But you need to have like at least gotten to the point where you're ready to cross the barrier, I feel like, before that the DLC content really makes a difference, is going to make a difference for you. I might be wrong on that. It doesn't feel like there's much of the DLC content that you can really utilize at this point in the game, because I haven't encountered it really. But I mean, I guess there are bulletin board missions this early, but I haven't done any of them because I think they're all combat based, so it's kind of like you need to have at least a decent ship to start playing it. But anyway, I am glad that you enjoy the Avorion streams. I do plan on doing more, so no worries. Oh, well, give you something to tune into at least. I do need to move my lady around again. Cool. That has like no asteroids. Let's go up there. Once you're there, just go ahead and mine out that sector. Should be fine. Those are just Zotan homies. I guess we could go pick up their drops. Someone dropped a yellow and a blue and a green, it looks like. Alright. I can get on board with that. So the bottom ship... it doesn't really look like he dropped anything. The top two dropped a blue on one, which is a system, and the other one dropped a blue and an orange system. It's unfortunate that they aren't turrets, because I actually could use the turrets more than the systems, I feel like, but that's okay. I did get was the orange one's a cargo hold? Hopefully it's a percentage increase instead of the number. It's number increase. That sucks. The percentage one is way better. But I did get a whole polarizer, I guess, so that's decent. Yeah, right? Like, it could have been really good. If it was a percentage-based cargo upgrade, that would have been an amazing drop. But the flat number one's like 200 cargo hold is like such a small block, especially once you hit Xanian, that it's not even worth putting that upgrade in anymore. The percentage ones can be pretty good though, because you'll get like a 40 or 50% cargo space increase, which is crazy, especially if you have like 1 million to begin with or whatever. So yeah, could have been good, but that's alright. Well, we are in the Xanian region, I'm pretty sure, because our ship is no longer strong enough to fly here. But that's okay. Maybe we can go get some Xanian arm mining lasers and fly back to Trinium. Alright, cool. So there's a turret factory and a fighter factory in this sector. Which would be good if we had some money to, like, build railguns and such. But, like, what kind of turret? Oh, I can't actually build turrets with them, JK. It's not lucky. That's a shit. This is a shit system. If I was strong enough, I'd destroy them all and take their shit. But I'm not, so we won't do that today. Maybe later. Probably not, though, because I try to stay friendly with the factions that are between the center and where my starting sector are, just because, generally speaking, that's where my mining ships end up being put, because I'm not going to fly out of my, like, out of the way to place a mining ship type of a thing. But no worries. Fingers crossed. Give me an equipment dock. Thank you. That is actually what I needed this time. Now, I'm not gonna look at it until we're docked in the station. But what I want at this station, I want a Xanian R mining laser, at least one if not two that I can afford. And I also want like a 600 DPS or 600 Omicron turret of some sort. That's single slot. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, they are not very strong ships. So, like, I would just move the lady up, but it jumped and got destroyed once it got there. Yeah, that happens sometimes. As far as these systems go, that one would be worth buying, but I can't actually buy it. We're not good enough rep with the faction because they're douchebags. I could buy a Neonite laser for 60 grand. That's not too bad. Ooh, I'd love to buy this one right here, but I can't. We're not good enough friends with them. Could get a Xanian salvaging laser. I could buy just basic trinium lasers, I suppose. What are the damaging turrets looking like? So, like, laser turret, 113, that's nothing. 290? That actually isn't too bad. And it's antimatter damage, which is pretty good. Oh, 16 pirate ships? Yeah. So like, let me show you on my map this sector I warped into. So, like, I was exploring hidden mass sectors to try to find asteroids to sell. So I warped into this one first, and it's a shipyard with 4 pirate ships. I'm like, oh, alright, well, that's okay. I'll just warp to the other 3 hidden mass sectors that are around, because there probably won't be any more shipyards. Warped here, there were pirates, that's fine. So I warped over here, got, like, nothing. Then I warped here, 21 pirate ships. Plus 3 more pirates. Plus a shipyard. Like, this system was crazy. There was so much stuff in there. And on top of that, there was like a, yeah, so there's 2 size pirate shipyards. So there's the smaller size that'll have between like 4 and 8 ships. And then there's the larger size that'll have between like 15 and 30 ships. So the most I've ever seen in a pirate shipyard sector is like 35 ships, which was crazy. I mean, it didn't matter because my ship was overpowered as shit by that point, but that's the most I've ever seen. It's pretty crazy, though. There was also, like, a faction freighter inside of that system, and they're like, come help us, we're getting destroyed. And I'm like, there's no way in hell I can fight, like, 30 pirates right now. What are you talking about? Headhunters are trying to destroy my ship right now. I can't come over and help you. But, anyway. Let's see, so I mean, I really want our mining laser is what I really want, but I guess what I could do in the meantime is I could buy a second trinium laser, just a basic one, and then I can get, I need to get some sort of damaging turret, so I guess I could get this chain gun. I can only afford one. Can I actually, I could sell this cargo hold upgrade because I don't need that. Whole polarizer I'm probably not going to use either. I won't ever use that again. Is that enough for me? So 100,000. I could buy another trinium laser, which is what I'm going to do actually, because then I can keep one laser on my ship, And I can put 2 on a mining ship, and it won't be, like, age slow when it's going around. The one thing I should probably do... Well, I don't have a whole lot of resources, but... Let's just see if I hop in the droney drone. Fly on over, found a new ship, and call it... Neotrin Miner 1. Okay, cool. Build this bad mama out. And all I really want to do is take the template of the ship that we were, or that we are using. So, like, do I have autosave somewhere from that? I suppose I could use my, like, one of my templates that I've actually designed myself. Oh, what the hell is this? Huh, okay. I didn't even know I had that. So the force turrets, not in... Well, definitely now that you can dock stations. I mean, the only time I ever used them was to kind of, like, deal with moving stations around sometimes. But usually for, like, my workaround for that was you just, like, turn off collision damage, shrink the asteroid, and smash into it and ram it into position instead. But let me switch back over to this ship real quick and save a template of it. 52k, I guess, is what it costs to build one of these, so we do need a little bit of cash. Just a little bit. Damn. Well, I don't know how to make that little bit of cash, if I'm honest. Because I don't have a whole lot of resources at the moment. I guess I could just leave that brick right there for the time being, and then I'll just fly back in a minute. Besides, I should probably find a good mining system close-ish by first. Well, granted, I probably am not going to have enough DPS for this. I should just build the fucking ship from scratch, but I need to get a little bit of money. I need to find a fucking claimable asteroid and sell it, is what needs to happen. It also would be great to get some additional trinium, but we're mining so slow that that's probably not really a thing that we can do. Of course there's a shipyard in this section. I should have just built the ship here. Well, that was dumb. Oh well. Let's go mine some trinium real quick. Then we'll warp back over, sell some trinium, and we'll build the ship out. I think if I stack enough, like if I put a shield generator and stack enough armor on it, I think it'll be okay, even though it's not going to have a whole lot of DPS. I'm hoping anyway. I don't actually know, I suppose, but... Come on, trinium. That's what I want. That's a spec. Not even worth flying to. This one's not really worth flying to either, but it's right here, so... It will be good once I get an automated turret or trinium miter, but I guess the other thing you could use force turrets for, if you're playing with collision damage on, you can like slam other ships into like asteroids and stuff with them, I suppose, and you could potentially do damage that way. I wouldn't think that it'd be super effective though, especially if their ship was of any size, but... But yeah, force turrets, by and large, in my experience, are not super useful. Basically, you just sell them. Or that's what I do. Cool. Couple 100,000 more. Get this right here. And we should be building... Or, well, this is probably a different faction now, I guess, but... building a little bit of rep anyway. At some point that'll become, you know, a little bit important. But I'll mine this trinium right here. I'll probably also mine this titanium that's right next to me. Outside of that, I mean, I don't have really any neonite because I haven't really been mining it all that much. So I could mine some neonite too. Then I could do like the shield generator and warp core. Or I won't put a warp core on a mining ship, but the shield generator I could do out of neonite maybe. Just to save a little bit of like cost on building the ship, because building it entirely out of trinium will be quite expensive, honestly. So I don't really want to do that because I'm not going to have... Well, I do have 200k now, I guess, but even so. I will say that it's kind of cool that there is a shipyard in this sector, though. So if I decide I want to, like, upgrade to the mining ship later, I can. Fairly easily. Ladies out of asteroids again. Cool. Get that re-automated. Cool. We'll maybe end up with like 9k trinium, which should be enough, all things considered. Like, the armor doesn't cost all that much. I don't really need to build the thrusters out of trinium. Really, the only things I'm going to build out of trinium is probably the generator and maybe the battery. If I even put a battery on it, which I probably won't, because it doesn't really need one for a mining ship, necessarily. Because it's not really warping around all the time, but... I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, like, I wanted to use this ship's template to build it, which I still could, I suppose. But it might make more sense to just freeform a mining ship and just build a new one. That way I can maybe throw in a couple of new block types and stuff like that, because the ship I have right now has no shields, for example. It doesn't have a, like, very big generator and stuff like that, so... Doesn't have a cargo bay either, which is kind of a big deal. Granted, we're not using our laser, so it won't need one, or this mining ship won't need one, because it's not going to use our miners, but we might want to build a template in such a way that we can throw a cargo bay on it afterwards, and then we can turn it into an R miner if we so choose later. That's kind of what I'm thinking anyway. But we'll mine out this titanium as well, because I can use titanium for a large portion of the blocks on the ship. Mainly because we have a lot of it, and it's a lot cheaper to place titanium than trinium or neonite. So then we can kind of conserve our credits for building, like, armor and stuff like that. Like the blocks that we actually need trinium for. Another thing I could consider doing is, like, I could build a big-ass, like, academy, like, cloning pod ship as well once we hit Xanian. Oh, really? That sucks, man. It sucks when you, like, are going for half an hour looking for one specific station and you can't find one. It's, like, the most frustrating thing in the world. But... That sucks. Well, best of luck. I hope you find one in the next jump, and that it has exactly what you're looking for inside of it. So you don't have to wait for a cooldown or find a different one. Exceptional warp upgrade. Good luck. Those are rare. But hopefully you find it. It's super nice when you have your warp 100% cooldown reduced, but gotta beat Botam first, I guess. But he's fairly easy, honestly. I think he's probably the easiest boss, in my opinion. I mean, Swax isn't that bad either, I suppose, but... Nor is the Mobile Energy Lab, because you can totally cheese that one. You just build an asteroid with a thruster on the back, and even if you're only doing 100 Omicron, he can't damage you at all, so... Pro strat to cheat. Of fighting the Energy Lab to get that artifact. We'll show off that strategy if and when we get there in this playthrough, but yeah, that's how I do it every single time. I have like a... Actually, I might even have the template in here. Let's see. It's not there. Where did I save it? Is it under autosaves? Probably. Probably is in autosaves. So these are all the ships that I built across like my million, or you know, 3 or 4 playthroughs. But yeah, this is my stone block ship. That's what I... Yeah, just a massive rock. Throw some fucking turrets on it, and you're golden. It's like that is the funniest boss in my opinion. I don't know. Such a thing exists. Like that is funny to me, but all right, that's enough mining myself. Let's go ahead. We're gonna be risky first. I'm gonna explore all these sectors because I kinda have a feeling that we're gonna find some claimable asteroids inside of them. And we can make a little bit more cash before we go back to the equipment dock. And we might also be able to scale the rep with this faction enough that we'll be able to buy the better weapons and stuff. So, fingers crossed we don't warp into a pirate shipyard, because those kind of suck to deal with at this point in the game. But if so, not a big deal. Our ship has enough batteries and stuff, we can fly away. But, yeah. It's especially annoying if you get put right in the middle of all the torpedo ships, because then you're just like, have the torpedo warning for 2 minutes of your life, and it sucks. I guess you could remedy that by installing 1-point defense turret, but they're such trash turrets that I hate taking up a slot for a point defense. So there's one there, there's one out there. So we'll get the close one first, I guess. Is there... any more close-ish by? Is that one? No. I don't think so. Okay, we'll go to this one first. And that is a torpedo guy, I'm pretty sure. Oh. We got jammed! Oh shit. Not great. Warp to this one next. Or actually, it's probably smarter to not warp into another yellow sector right after, just in case our hull does get damaged a lot. But I mean, we're gonna have to wait the 2 minutes anyway. It just sucks because I have no fucking thruster to be able to fly away from these guys. Oh, you know why that is? Because of this fucking upgrade right there. That was stupid. I should have taken that out a while ago. That was my mistake. Oh well. This will be easy to deal with now. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that, like, when I warp in places, I usually can thrust still, so what's going on here? It's, yeah, I can't have that Oganite system inside of my ship if I'm gonna warp at all, otherwise I won't be able to, like, I run out of energy after the warp. I'm willing to take this whole damage right here because I want to get the extra cash. And then all I have to do is get up to like 2,000 meters per second, and they can't actually fly that fast, so they'll never be able to catch me again. Now that I'm out of their range, so we're golden. Start to recharge our shields and everything, or not our shields, but we'll start to repair our hull a little bit, except for the blocks they damaged. Boom. Just like that. Easy peasy. Close to 450,000. Only cost us a little bit of hull. Oh, we gotta wait one. That's fucking stupid. 1 second. I mean, come on. Really? Really? Alright, fine. We'll go back into this yellow sector and see if we can find some more asteroids. I mean, we've got what? Almost 700k. That's actually good. I'm trying to build up a little bit of cash. That way I can start looking at potentially building a mine. Like building a gold platinum mine would be great. So I'm also kind of looking for a gold level trading system so I can see the demand in sectors and stuff. So I can figure out where to put the mine and everything. But I need a few million credits in order to do that. You need about 15 million roughly. That way you can afford the station and all that. So there's a wreckage in here. Some asteroids. Is there a claimable one though? Doesn't really look like it. There probably isn't because of the wreckage that's in here instead. Normally you only get one like POI. So that's fine. I guess we can go into this one just to check it out because I just want to see if we can get lucky and get some more claimable asteroids. Because it's also like if you have 1 million credits, it's a lot easier to like buy the systems and shit that you want when you want them. Which is nice. That's how you cheat at Project Exodus. You just zoom out so you can click it easier. Okay. Nothing inside of there, that's fine. I guess we will warp back here. We'll build this ship real quick. We'll move it into the mining sector that we want to put it in. And yeah, go from there. Start getting some automated trinium up in this bitch. That's what we want. That's what we need. But anyway. Alright. I'm going to fly this ship over because I am going to have to transfer... Oh, that sucks. I hate it when you get literally everything except for the one that you need. Happens all the time, though, unfortunately. So we'll fly over. That way I can transfer the captain to this guy after, I guess. And I don't have to be right on top of him, but I want to be close-ish by. Alright, let's build him. So, for this bad mama, I think we're going to build... like the hull and stuff out of titanium. Just because we have a decent amount of titanium and it's not too expensive to build with. Zoom in a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. Something like that maybe will work. As far as the engines go, actually, let me build the generator first because that's kind of going to determine how much stuff we can put on this. So I can't afford that size of a generator. All right. Fair enough. Shrink it a little bit. I don't really want this to be mirrored at the moment, so we're going to turn that off. 3K, I can make it slightly bigger. 6K, that's going to use like almost all of it though, so maybe like 3,800, that should be decent. What is that? An extra 8? That's more power than I think my main ship has, so should be good. Granted, we're going to put more stuff on this than my main ship has, so that's probably a good thing. Okay, we're going to want gyro arrays, and these can be smally small. These, I'll maybe just, I don't know, I guess. We'll do those last. Fuck that. Okay, so we've got that, we've got that. I want shields. Where's shields? Shields. Here we go. And the shields, I don't need a whole lot, but I do want to put a little bit on, because I think that is going to help our issue. So how much shield is that? 5k shield. Ah, that is rough. Found the wormhole to the Trinium area, but not a shipyard or an equipment dock. Rough days. Rough days. Do you think it's worth spending? Basically, well, I don't know if it's worth spending this much Trinium for shields, honestly. Like for 5k shields, I don't know if that's really going to make that big of a difference for us. And then Neonite I only have like a few hundred of, so like I guess I could put something like that in. It's only 100 shields though. Nah, it's not even worth spending probably. Alright, forget it. We'll put on some engines. And so I kind of like... I don't know exactly how I want to do this. 4 factories, 2 trading posts, but nothing that you need. That's I hate that. It gets super frustrating when you can't find the shit that you want. We'll just put them like this, I guess. Sure. 3 engines, that's pretty good. And I honestly don't give a fuck if this ship looks blocky, because it's an auto miner, so it's not like I'm actually flying around with it. There we go. Start, stop is the same pretty much, so that is good. We will throw a piece of titanium armor right here. Because I want to kind of like... Well, actually, I want it to be like a wing, more or less, so I can throw a thruster on the end of it. But we'll build it out of titanium armor so it adds a fuck ton of hole at the same time. Okay, let's throw in some thrusters. Now these don't have to be the same size. And in fact, I think it's better when they're kind of like smaller this way. Maybe. Put one on top and bottom. And then we'll do the same thing at the front. And actually what I should do for that one is turn off XY and put on, or turn off X and just put on Y. Kind of like that. Yaw left right still isn't super duper great. But if I throw in like a thruster here, thruster here, then I put one on the end of those armor platings, that should help a little bit. And actually what I should do on these is make them a little thicker. Same on this side, a little bit thicker, and then I can throw in the gyro arrays and that'll help. 5 factories, they're all steel factories. That sounds pretty yeah. The AI doesn't seem to be all that smart because they build a billion of the same fucking factory. So it's like none of the items those factories are building are actually selling anymore because there's so many of them. But it's fine, I guess. Gyro array there. Gyro array there. Well. Alright, well, good enough, I guess, on that stuff. We do need crew quarters. We can build those out of titanium, I suppose. There's not necessarily a reason to do it out of the other. $22 crew will probably be enough. So I think I really just need like an integrity field and then armor. Because we got thrusters, crew quarters, engines. We've got inertial dampeners. We've got gyro arrays. So we've got all the like base blocks. So let's go ahead and throw in some armor. And actually, before we do the armor, let me throw in a little bit more engine power because I know we're going to want it. So we'll put a couple more blocks of engine, kind of like that, just to make sure we've got enough after we throw on all this armor that we're going to line this bad mama with. So what we're going to do is basically build the smallest block possible, and then if you click on stuff, it will just layer it with the thinnest layer possible, which is a super quick way to cover your entire ship with a specific type of block. So like if you're coating with armor and stuff, this is the way to do it quickly. You can do it even faster if you actually turn on mirrors and stuff like that, but not always imperative that you do that. We'll delete that one. Put one there. But this ship is going to be strong as fuck, is basically what's going to happen, because of all the armor on it. We're out of trinium, though. Sad days. I mean, it does have 35k. Yeah, interesting looking ship. You mean ugly? Low-key, you mean ugly? It's okay if you mean ugly, because I agree. But that's all right. You know, what are you gonna do, right? I guess I can take off the hole on the back because I do want some hole on the front is where I really want it. We'll put it on the side of this one, the side of this one, the bottoms, and that's it for there. Put one on top. We'll take the front off, bottom off. And then I can maybe do the side. Take off that side. 221. How much are each of these? 44 each. Cool. Awesome. That should probably work. 23. It's 24. Son of a bitch. Okay, fine. Fine. No, it's unique. Alright, whatever. Let's go ahead and throw it in our system. So, unarmed turrets, we'll install that permanently because we're probably going to need it. We'll install this green system because it'll give us up to trinium level, which is all we need for this one. Then, let's get our turrets. So, we need some trinium miners up at the front. Ooh. Not enough! God damn it. It's a 3-slot. I guess we can install permanently this one too. Because we're definitely going to need to have space for this bad guy right here, at the very least. And really we need space for more armed turrets as well. Because we're not strong enough. Go fucking figure. Oh, actually, let me get the regular crew from this station first. Not too expensive though, like for a mining ship, if this will work, like it'll work, I guess. So I need 10 of these. I only need 3 of these actually. These guys I'll end up needing, well, I only needed 4, but I guess that's fine. 8, so I need 10. Cool. And then 1. Well, shit. okay. We gotta drop off. We'll expand the crew quarters, it's fine. I thought that small of one would have been enough, but it apparently not. We need just slightly more, so we'll just add a couple blocks. Cool. That's all good to go then. Now we just gotta fly over here and throw in our captain. Cool. So he is technically built. The only problem is he is nowhere near strong enough to not get instantly fucking destroyed if we throw him in another sector. So we're gonna have to buy another combat turret, I guess. Hopefully there's one strong enough in here that will do the job. I guess what we could do is get this salvaging turret because the DPS will be enough that it'll like push it over the edge. So we could do that. The only problem is we don't have the slots for that turret either. That's no DPS. Very little DPS on that one. Little DPS. This one has some. I guess it's single slot as well. Maybe if we put that on. Little baby. Right in the middle. Perfect. That actually was just enough. Just enough DPS to make him okay. So, cool. That works. We'll hire one more gunner. Oh. Cool. So this guy is now all set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap back over to our main ship. Going to hit map. Gonna take the Neo Trin miner, and he is gonna go right over here, and then he's gonna start mining out that entire sector. Oh, cool! My camera suddenly turned on. Awesome. Well, what's up? Still no equipment dock or shipyard. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. I must have hit the fucking macro that turned on my webcam, but anyway, fun stuff. No worries. Good old Avorion. We're gonna go into this sector because I haven't explored it yet. But now we've got Trinium and Neonite fully automated. So that is pretty dope. That is pretty dope. Go ahead and warp on over. Fun stuff. Not too big of a deal, though. Like, I am happy we got that second mining ship set up, though. That's going to be very helpful. We're going to start getting some actual trinium in so I can upgrade our main ship so it's not just this piece of garbage floating through space anymore. Turret factory here, I guess, so that's not bad. But I think I am going to warp down this way because really I do want to find some like Xanian R mining lasers if I can before I build the next mining ship. And then I can put my third one as an R miner in the Xanian region of space because that ship template we just built, it has enough flat area on it that I can totally just like stick a fucking cargo bay, a huge cargo bay on the bottom of it. And it's not going to be a big deal. I just need to have the trinium or whatever the fuck I decide to build it out of available. I just need a lot of resources to build a big block of cargo bay. So like if I have 50k trinium, I could throw a cargo bay on the bottom of that ship. Easy peasy. Throw on some R mining lasers and it will mine up a bunch more stuff. But as you can see, we're starting to get trickles of trinium coming in. So that feels pretty good. And in theory, that ship should mine faster than our main ship because it does have 2 of the lasers as opposed to just 1. So that's a good thing. And to be honest, having some ships that are just regular mining lasers and some that are mining lasers is kind of nice because then you get a trickle of resources at some points in time. And then you also get really big chunks of resources at other points in time. So you get the trickle to kind of sustain you, like when you need to make a repair here and there in between the big R mining drop-offs, and then when the R miners come and drop off, you have enough shit to upgrade your ship again. Or at least that's kind of how it works out, depending on how stuff is balanced. But there is some Xanian right there. We could go mine that real quick. Which is probably what we are going to do. Yay, Xanian! Look at us, progressing like champs. It's about 4 hours in, I guess. Oh, is there energy research satellite? Oh, okay. That's actually good to know, because this is... Add note. I'm pretty sure that you have to destroy 4 of those in order to get the mobile energy lab to spawn in, so finding one of them is actually really useful because it means there will be 3 more relatively close by. But let's mine up a little bit of Xanian. We're not going to get much of anything out of this probably, but if we get enough that we can build a Xanian turret base, we can put a Xanian turret on our ship when we are able to buy one. So that's why I want to mine this little bit. It's better. What I did with the trinium is I bought 500 trinium when we first got there, got to a resource dock, and then I could build some trinium pads. But if you mine out like a couple hundred Xanian or whatever the resource is, you can build the turret pads and then you're golden. Anyway. Not a big deal. I am excited to see some Xanian though. Because now, this is the stuff you can use to start cloning your own crew. And then if you build an academy, which you can build those with trinium, technically, you can train those crew into whatever you want. So you don't actually have to pay money for crew anymore, outside of just the cost to like clone them and train them, which is a lot less than buying them at the station. So like, captains cost 16k to buy at a station. To train them, it's a lot less. So anyway, could be good. Could be good. I'll probably end up building like a big breeder ship is what I'll end up calling it probably, and I'll just have a bunch of cloning pods and a bunch of academies so I can have a giant like crew quarters, so it'll be kind of like a space station. I could do it as an actual space station instead, but either way, however I do it, you just fly over there, crew up your ship when you're ready, and then that's about it. But that asteroid gave us about 500, or it'll probably end up giving us 500 Xanian, which is more than enough to build the turret pads or turret bases, so we can put the Xanian R mining lasers directly on our ship when we first get them, as opposed to having to buy some resources to be able to do that. So if we interact with them, so they want you to interact with all this stuff. It doesn't matter necessarily. Keep heading down this direction because I do want to get over... Well, really I want to find a equipment dock in the Xanian region because I should be able to find some Xanian lasers now. And really, Xanian R mining lasers would be the preferred option because I could use the R mining variant at this point. Like, I just got unlucky that I didn't find any trinium R miners. Normally you do. Normally you'll find it if you go to 2 equipment docks, one of them will have at least one, but we weren't lucky this time around on that aspect of it, so not a problem. What is that? Wreckage. Fun stuff. Well, that was a boring hidden mass sector. Oh, there is a bigger wreckage over there too, I guess. Alright, fine. I don't care about either one. Go through this gate. It should be a lot faster than actually warping, because it's outside of our warp range. And I mean, it only costs 100, what, 1,500 credits. That's not a big deal. I can't actually see there because I have two microphones. So I've got the one that I'm actually using up here on my headset, but I've got like a stand-up microphone that's in front of like part of my screen, or the lower corner of my screen. So like sometimes I have to readjust in order to see what I'm doing properly. Go ahead and throw in this. Help a little bit. We're not using that slot anyway, so might as well. Well, let's see. Alright, trading post, turret factory, resource depot. Doesn't look like there's an equipment dock. There is not. Oh, that's a turret factory supplier. That's even better, actually. When we decide we're ready to make turrets, this is a good sector to go to, probably. Should have a lot of the resources we'll need in order to construct them, or complete the recipes or whatever. Granted, it might be really expensive to buy from this sector. I don't actually know because I don't have a trading system that shows me demand in sectors. So I can't tell if it's above price, like above average or below average on the pricing side of things. Claimable asteroids, maybe. There's something that's trinium over there because it highlighted blue. Alright, so I need to find another south gate, which is probably that one. Of course, because it's far away. Ah, it's not that far. Only 40 clicks. That's not too bad, actually. Do you normally play, like, the bulletin board missions? Or do you normally just kind of, like, fly around and then wait until you can raid stations? Bulletin, really? Okay. I normally don't. I rarely do the fucking bulletin board missions. Like, I don't know why. I guess they just don't seem. A lot of the fighting missions, yeah, I could see that being worthwhile. They probably give you decent rewards for that, and you also get turret drops and stuff too out of it. So I could see those being pretty good. I normally just go out to the edge of the galaxy though once my ship is strong enough. And I just destroy the stations and loot their shit and sell it to the smuggler outpost. You make so much money. Like, it's crazy. You can make 10 million credits in, like, under 10 minutes and be fine. And go do it again. So, you know, like, when you're trying to burn out that big money, when you're first getting your, like, stations built out. So, like, when you're building your medical supply factories and you're building your first steel factory chain and all that kind of shit, I tend to do the raiding to generate that money. So there's some more Xanian here. There's a shipyard. And that's kind of it. I don't think any of these are claimable. Or actually, that one might be. Does look like they're... Or, no, those are probably... Well, could be a big trinium. It's a big trinium. Not a big deal. I'm not going to mine it with this ship. If I had an R mining laser, I probably would. But since I don't, and I'm technically getting those resources automatically, I'm not super concerned about gathering that trinium with this ship. I'll wait until I have better equipment to mine it with, so I'm not wasting as much of it. Now, I could save this mine, but I still need several million credits before I'm going to be able to build my first mine, because kind of the way I do that is I build a gold platinum mine first, and then I'll kind of look at doing something else. And I say gold platinum mine, it doesn't actually matter what type of mine it is, as long as the demand is 30% or high, is at 30%, so you're constantly selling. That's the main thing, but anyway, gold platinum sells for the most cash, so if they are at 30%, they make you the most. Yeah, it can get it can seem a little overwhelming, especially if it's your first time dabbling with it, but it actually is fairly straightforward, I would say. Like they don't make it too difficult necessarily. Especially if you're just doing the asteroid mines, those are really easy because they don't take any prerequisites. As far as like factory chains are concerned, I do have a pretty good video about setting up factory chains over on YouTube if you want to check that out. And it takes you through setting up like a steel factory chain because that's the easiest one to set up, as it only requires two prerequisite materials and stuff like that. But yeah, actually setting up factory chains can be a little bit daunting, and sometimes you need a lot, like you typically need a fuck ton of credits to do it as well, is the big limitator, or the big limitation. Since you can dock stations now and you can move asteroid mines in to different sectors than where they spawn, you can fix the issue of not having all the source materials in one place, because that used to be the problem. You could find sectors with like 3 asteroids in it, but you actually would need like 4 or 5 in order to build everything. So you couldn't build everything in one spot. Now, since you can move the asteroids via the docking method, you can have literally one of every type of asteroid mine inside of the same sector, and you can build a factory chain in there. If you build one of every type of factory and they all supply each other, you will be able to build literally every item from scratch in the game and sell every item as well and make a shit ton of money over time. Granted, to set up a factory chain of that kind of scale is going to cost you an obscene amount of credits. Like, yeah, because some of the factories cost like 400 million credits and shit like that. It's crazy how expensive they are. So if you built one of every type, it'd probably cost you a few billion credits, and it would probably take you like a day's worth of time, if not longer, to make all that money back before it starts actually being positive money that you're making. But it would be pretty cool. Like, I'm sure it would lag that sector to hell if you have cargo ships ferrying all your items in between it. That'd be a case where I'd actually look at installing a mod, because I know that there's a mod that adds a station type that basically links all the stations inside of a sector together, so you don't have to use the cargo ships or set up an automated ship to ferry things between 2 stations so it can craft. Just because you'd have like if you have that many ships inside of one place, I feel like it's not going to be good for the game's stability. I could be wrong on that though, who knows, but whatever. Well, we're getting, I mean, we are probably getting fairly close to the barrier at this point. We did have to pay our crew for our main ship, which was like 60,000 or whatever, which actually isn't too bad. You know, considering we have 4 captains on this ship right now, that actually is not too bad. But I mean, I am kind of getting frustrated. I haven't come across an equipment dock either. Like, I would love to find one with a Xanian R mining laser in it for me. That's what I want. In fact, I'd like it to have a couple of them, plus some like turret systems and shit, so I can set up another auto miner. Mining ship, -188. That's probably the lady. Yeah. Alright. You go back there, and then mine again. Still haven't found one. Jeez, that sucks, man. You've been looking for a while. Yeah. That's the part of this game. Like, that's why you have to grind for a fucking 100 hours in order to do anything of substantial size in this game. Because it takes so damn long to find, like, a specific thing. But that's kind of also what makes it fun. Starting to get worth closer to 300k. That's not bad. I will take it. I think that gave us 1,000,000 credits, actually. Close to? Not quite. 900K. There must be a couple Xanian asteroids in that sector where my automated miner is mining as well, because we didn't have 2,000 Xanian off of the one asteroid I've mined with my main ship, so that's actually a good thing. We did actually get all the way to a Xanian asteroid sector before we built our second auto miner, which is fucking crazy to think about, but it's okay because now we're basically getting all the resources pre-barrier at this point automatically. They're just not being gathered very fast, so like throwing another ship inside of this sector, and in fact putting an R mining ship in this sector would be pretty good because there's a resource depot here, so it can refine inside the same sector, so it won't have to warp at all, which is good. But anyway. Oh shoot, no worries. I basically found an asteroid, sold it. I have like 900K now in credits. I'm mining some Xanian. And I'm pretty sure that the sector, the second automated mining ship that I've got is in, has Xanian asteroids inside of it. Because I've gained like 2,000 Xanian before I started mining this asteroid. So I don't know where that came from otherwise. But I'm pretty happy about that, honestly. My dog is over here, like, checking in, like, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? Uh, yeah, you're funny, pup. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, super exhilarating. Isn't it crazy how fast I'm mining this with my shitty trinium laser? Oh man. I just want a little bit in my coffers, that way I can maybe like place a generator block or like the thruster blocks or something with it, you know what I'm saying? Um Or at the very, maybe I can put like Xanian armor on the ship, for example, because you don't necessarily need a whole lot of Xanian in order to coat a ship in armor, but you need to have a few thousand at least, depending on the size and stuff like that. But since I haven't found an equipment dock with a mining laser that's actually good for mining this kind of material, you just get left with mining forever to get basically nothing. It probably isn't even worth my time doing this, but there, we're done. I'm done with mining that fucking Xanian. But we should be getting close to the barrier here. Like the barrier should be somewhere around like right here-ish. Which is good. I mean, if we made it to the barrier in the first stream, I feel like that's a decent amount of progress. You know, mainly because we started from scratch, so like we got here relatively quickly. Because we didn't really find any wormholes that helped us all that much. We found one that jumped us from here to here. So it jumped us from titanium to neonite, and that was about it. I guess this warp gate was pretty good too, but We didn't find like a wormhole that took us straight to Xanian, which does kind of suck. I'm hoping that I do find a wormhole around these Xanian sectors somewhere that will take me out to the edge. Oh, really? I didn't realize that was a thing you could do. That is a good shout out. So like, you're just saying you just look where you think it is until there aren't any coordinates. So yeah. So it's like right here. We're basically in line with the barrier. Barrier will probably... It's probably like right below us. If we went a sector down or two. Like 1 or 2 sectors down, we'll hit it. South-southwest, let's do this. Wherever it doesn't show chords is rifts. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I've never noticed that before, but that's really cool that they do that, honestly. But, yeah. I'm excited to get to the barrier, because you should find better equipment and shit close to the barrier, which is good. And the resource density should be better there, too, in theory, at least. Granted, I'm going to need to upgrade the shit out of this ship and improve its Omicron quite a bit, so I'm capable of clearing out pirates inside of hidden mass sectors. That way I can send my mining ships to, you know, like, really asteroid-dense areas, as opposed to, you know, like 2 or 3 really sparsely populated areas. Oh, you found one. Awesome. I'm excited for you, too. It's like the best thing ever when you warp in. You're like, yes, the station I want is there. It feels so good. I mean, I'm content finding these claimable asteroids, I will say. Like, I would like to get an equipment dock and stuff, but in the meantime, I'll take 300k credits and get close to 1.2 mil. I will take it. That way I can afford to fly through my gates and such, because those are super expensive always, obviously. Oh, you still haven't, but you'll be excited when you... Okay, I misread that. I thought you said you finally found it. I was pumped for you. Well, I guess we're kind of racing to see who finds one first at this point, because I'm looking for one too. I haven't seen one since like, I guess technically that one where we bought the tritium lasers is in Xanian space, but it's right on the edge, so I don't think it's actually going to stock Xanian lasers or Xanian level turrets at any point. And even if it did, I probably will not be high enough reputation to buy them from them. So hopefully going close to the barrier, or well, I know going close to the barrier, if I find an equipment dock, they're going to have all Xanian turrets. So if they have a mining laser, it will be Xanian level. It's just a matter of encountering one. And the other benefit of that too, we'll find our faction that's close to the barrier. We can start building that rep until we can ally with them. That way we get better better pricing on trades and stuff. We can call them in to back us up and all this extra cool shit. And then also once you pass the barrier, I think you do actually have to pass the barrier. If you're allied with a faction, I think there's a token you can buy to fight the 8055 boss, I believe is what it's called. And basically, it's like the AI, but it's post-barrier, and it's strong as hell, but it's built out of Avorion primarily, and Ogonite as a secondary. So, if you defeat that boss and then salvage the whole thing, you'll get roughly 4 million Avorion out of it, plus maybe 8 million Ogonite, something like that. So farming that boss is amazing, because it's like the best way to get Avorion in the game, because even when you are in the center of the galaxy, finding Avorion asteroids is not very easy. Especially, like, you'll find Avorion, but it'll be like 2,000 Avorion in the asteroid. So if you don't have a 98% or like a 90+% mining laser, you're not going to get any Avorion out of it, really. And even if you do have a 90% laser, you'll maybe only get 20k Avorion out of a single sector if it's a really good sector. So finding the big stockpiles of Avorion, I just haven't been very lucky with it, and I don't know if that's just me and I'm doing it wrong, but From what I understand, fighting that boss that drops a fuck ton of Avorion is the best way to get Avorion. So that's what my plan is once we get there. So I do want to build up some faction reputation so I can get allied with someone. I think they do exist. It's just you're only going to find them in hidden mass sectors, and it's either going to be a sector that is overrun with Zotan, or it's going to be a sector that's overrun with fucking pirates. So you're going to have to spend 3 hours clearing out a fuck ton of ships in order to mine there. Which, alright, I guess you can do that, but is it really worth it for one asteroid that's big? You know, maybe it has 200k, let's just say, if we're lucky on the resource density there. But it took you 3 hours to be able to mine that 200k, whereas you could have spent 30 minutes fighting the boss to get 4 million. So, anyway, at least that's how it used to be. It may have been changed because I have not played for a while. But Neonite to Xanian, still not found equipment dock or shipyard. That's crazy. That's such a long way to travel. I mean, granted, I've made it all the way from Trinium to basically the barrier, and no equipment dock either. I have found a shipyard. I've found a couple of shipyards, but they don't have equipment docks, so I really need the equipment dock more so than the shipyard. But anyway, hopefully you find one soon, and hopefully when you get there, it'll have exactly what you're looking for. I hate it. Sometimes the like fucking nav computer won't calculate the warp point for whatever reason. It's really weird. Some sectors it doesn't like to load, and I'm thinking that this sector probably has the fucking equipment dock in it, and that's why it wasn't loading, is because there's too much stuff in there. So we're gonna try it from this way, and hope to God that there's an equipment dock inside, because I'm gonna be pissed if there's not. Alright, so nope, it's a scrapyard. Lame. Fucking lame. Alright, fine. We'll go over this way. There's some sectors over here. And granted, usually the scrapyards are close by, like a equipment dock base part of the faction, so maybe this cluster that's kind of off to the side of the scrapyard is going to have what we're looking for. I don't know. I don't know if there's actually organization to the way like sectors and stations and shit like that are built for the factions or not, but sometimes it feels like there is, so we're going to say that there is because it means that we're likely to run into an equipment dock soon. But if there isn't, I guess that's fine too. But it would be fantastic to get a Xanian ore mining ship automated, just so we can really start building up these Trinium and Xanian reserves. Because even though, like, our Trinium only sells for 4 credits a piece, so selling Trinium is worthless, basically. Xanian's probably only 6 a piece. I don't remember what it said inside the thing. Maybe it's 7.9. That actually probably makes a little more sense. But even so, 1,000 Xanians is less than 8k. So, I mean, you need to mine a lot of resources if you're going to sell them to make money, which sometimes is viable, depending on how much you're looking for. So, like, if you're trying to squeeze out a couple million, you might be able to sell resources and squeeze out a couple million if you have a few 100,000 of a few of them. But if you're trying to do really big numbers, normally it's better to just go raiding, in my experience. Or you do trade routes with the trade system. So this one has a bunch of containers in it. I still don't know how the like hacking thing works because it doesn't really give you an option on these. Like you can highlight some of them. So like that one's highlightable, but it doesn't actually do anything. Or well, When I flew up to one before, it didn't actually do anything when you got close to it, so I don't know how that actually works, but that's okay. We'll just move on. I don't think there's any claimable asteroids. Doesn't really look like it, and even if there is, it's alright. We can miss one or two, in all honesty. It's probably good if we leave a couple of them around so I can put a station close to the barrier myself. But... And there are some hidden mass sectors here, which is good, so that means we should be able to get some claimable asteroids when we're ready to build our mine, like when we have the 15 million we're saving up for on that. And granted, we're saving up more than that because we still need to upgrade our ship and everything, but to get into mine, like if I have 15 million credits at some point, I'm just going to drop it and build a fucking gold platinum mine somewhere because it's worth doing. Just to get that trickle of credits in, even though it's only like 500,000 every 30 minutes or so, it does make a big difference having that versus not. Because you think about it, it's like finding a claimable asteroid for free every half hour, if not a little bit faster. It does depend a little bit on how quickly you sell stuff, but if it's in a 30% demand and you set your pricing like 18% above market, you should get about 500,000 sold every 30 minutes. Sometimes it takes longer, but then they'll buy more. And sometimes it'll take less time and they'll buy less. Sometimes it'll take less time and they'll buy more. Sometimes it'll take more time and they'll buy less. So it does kind of depend a little bit on that type of shit, but not a big deal either way. So here's some Zotans. I'm going to fly over. I'm not going to actually attack them, but I am going to fly over and try to gather up their loot. If I had shields, I'd maybe consider it, but I don't, and that's okay. Don't think that guy dropped anything. Doesn't really look like it. Just resources, which I'm not going to go gather. Hmm. 3.5k Omicron on the tough. What's the regular one got? 2.4. So yeah, we're like super low gunned right now. We probably need to get up to around 10k Omicron to be like powerful for this region of space. If we could get around 5k Omicron, we'd be good. Ah, yes. Good job. Oh no. Relations too bad to use their state. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Is there a resource depot in there? Because if there's a resource depot, you might be able to sell resources to them. And if you sell a chunk of them, it might improve your relations just enough to hit neutral so you can buy from them and use their equipment dock. Oh, you need good? Oh, that's annoying. Alright, well, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Look for the free slaves mission. Do you have like 300k? Because if you have 300k, look for the free slaves mission. Basically, it'll highlight a pirate shipyard. You fly there, you pay the shipyard, you get the slaves, you go back, and it'll give you 10,000 reputation with whatever faction it is for doing that mission. That is the easiest way to build faction rep really fucking quickly, is to do the free slaves missions off the bulletin boards. Literally, that's how I build alliances with factions every time. You need 45k rep. Okay. Just look at all the stations in that sector and see if they have that mission. If they do, complete the mission. Go to another one of their sectors, and they will have the mission again, most likely. And just do it like 2 or 3 times, and you'll get the rep you need. Like, it costs you some money to do it, but especially if it's close to the barrier, it might be worth it, because then you have a good tech leveled equipment dock to go to, type of a thing, I guess. Either way though, but I know that the free slaves mission is like, that is the one you want to fucking do. The other bulletin board missions, not really that great. Trading with the factions kind of works for the first little bit of rep, but then it deteriorates really quick, especially when you're trying to get massive amounts. So, yeah. Free slaves, that's the one. Alright. I don't think there's any claimables in here. Doesn't really look like it. And I'm not really looking for claimables right now. I'm really just looking for that equipment dock I want, so I can buy my fucking laser. And really, I want to buy like a couple of them. Yeah, you could also do the asteroids. You could sell them, and you can do a mix. So like, you sell a couple asteroids, you have enough money, you can do a free slaves. You do a free slaves with those asteroids. You might have enough rep between the two of them to get what you need, type of a deal. But selling the asteroids is free, so there is that. I mean, this is a good, like, sector, it looks like, to mine in. I don't know if there's a claimable asteroid, though. It kind of feels like there should be. That's a Xanian. Big Xanian. That's nice. Try to put a ship in here. Couple big Xanians. Alright, well, I'm gonna notate this one then. Cool. Go up to this one next, I guess. Just check them all out. I am kind of shocked that I haven't been chased by the headhunters yet, since I've been red arrow for like over an hour and a half, but I'm also okay with that. Like, no complaints. But it is a little surprising because I thought they were a lot more aggressive, especially on expert difficulty. You would think that they'd come around really quick. Maybe it's because I'm not sitting in one sector for a long time. Like, I'm not, and since I'm warping places, it resets a timer or whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't know how that mechanic actually works. I just know that if you're red triangle, they will come eventually, and when they do, they will destroy your shit. Unless there's a faction nearby or whatever. Or you got like a decent amount of hull. Ugh. I mean, oh, there's one literally right next to me. Okay. I was gonna say, how many, like, fucking asteroid mining sectors am I gonna go to without a claimable asteroid inside of it? Because this is ridiculous. Like a fifth one. But it had one, so good. Woo! We're getting closer to 2 million. So excited. So excited. Not like that's really that big of a thing. But I am good standing with this faction now. I've sold them enough fucking asteroids. We're on good rep. This is a big faction. Like, look at the size of this. They're all the way up here in, like, Neonite. Down to the barrier? Like, that's crazy. Wow. Alright. Alright. I guess they will be a good one to have as an ally since they're so big. Yeah, like, that seems crazy. I mean, I don't know, I guess factions come in various sizes, but that feels like they're covering a pretty big area, especially since it's still like going out to the side and stuff. It's not like just a single line. I'm looking for northeast. Yeah, that's the one. But it's crazy. Some of the stuff you see in this game is just crazy to think about. That's why it's fun to play. You never know what you're gonna find in Avorion. Okay, so I mean, I could buy some Tesla coils for that military academy mission we saw at the very start of the stream, because we came to a Tesla coil factory finally. But yeah, still no equipment. We're not gonna be equipped. Go through this gate. Maybe it'll be on the other side. I mean, sometimes the equipment docks are connected to sectors with a bunch of factories in them. I've seen that before. I've seen them be connected to sectors with a bunch of mines before. I've also seen them connected to like an empty sector before. So I think it is just random on where they spawn in, but it'd be amazing if it wasn't. And like, oh, there's a trading post here and a turret factory supplier, so if I go to the eastern sector, I will find a equipment dock. It'd be cool if it worked that way, but unfortunately not. What'd be kind of a cool mod for this game is if they added in like a station finder, so like you can buy an item or something that will locate a particular type of station for you automatically on the map. That would be pretty cool, I think. Just because I can't even count the number of times I've been flying around for like what felt like a lifetime and still didn't find the thing that I wanted. But yeah, I feel like that would be amazing. Same thing for like, you could also use it to find like the barrier wormhole crossing point and stuff like that. So, or like a boss or something. So like if you're looking for the energy lab or SWAX or whatever it is, you can use this, whatever the item is, and it'll highlight it for you so you can go to it. I feel like that'd be a really cool mod. I don't know how difficult it'd be to make necessarily, but if someone did that, that'd be pretty awesome. I would definitely play it up. Let's see, more factories it looks like, which I guess is okay. These are all like high-end factories, so honestly this faction is going to be really good to trade with. So like when I finally get to an equipment dock that has a trade system in it that shows demand and trade routes, this faction is probably going to be really amazing to run trade routes with, just because it has so many really high-end factories like drill factories and anti-grav unit factories and teleporters and shit. Because if those factories are trying to buy something, like all of the materials they buy are expensive as fuck, so you will make a lot of money off of it. Alright, we finally found an equipment dock. Thank God. I want to look at his bulletin board. Fusion cores? Fusion cores? You want fusion cores? I actually might be able to help you with that, buddy. Let's see. Tesla coil, teleporters, glass, solar. I don't think they actually have a fusion core factory. Alright, fine. Forget it. I'm not doing that mission for him. Get your own damn fusion cores. Granted, it would have been worth like a few 100,000 credits, but you know what? I don't really care. You raid one station, you make like triple that, so yeah, that's what's up. Anyway. I didn't actually look to see what equipment this guy has, but I'm hoping that he has some stuff that I want. Because I do have the credits to spend to buy what I want at the moment. Let's start at systems. So, military turret control blue, that's actually really good, so I will buy that. Trade route detection, but no economy overview with the blue, so I really need a yellow version of this one. I could get a... That's just jump range, which I don't necessarily give a shit about. I think that's the lady again. Yeah, it is. Alright, sure, do that. Let's see. Ooh, a purple lightning turret. That could be fun. I can't buy it because I'm not allied with them, but still. Let's see. No mining turrets. What the fuck? How do you not have any mining turrets? What kind of like, who do you think you are? Equipment dock? You got a trinium turret? Like, get this trash out of here. It's not even R. It's not even an R trinium. Just garbage trinium. I mean, I saw that in the shit sectors. Like, come on, man. We've flown a long way to get something good, and you ain't got shit. Alright, well. That was a bust. Let's go find another one, because we're going to have to wait another 8 minutes before that changes its inventory, so might as well look around and see what's around. Maybe there will be some better stuffs. I don't know. Come out here. Just a gated, or a sector with gates. Actually, I don't even know why I did that. I might as well just fly through this. Oh man, and instantly died. Yeah, sometimes the pirate sectors are rough depending on where the like warp point is. Because if it warps you straight on top of them, yeah, you kind of are gonna get wrecked, unfortunately, depending on how good your ship is. But it is nice to know where the pirate shipyards are, because if you capture those stations, you can convert them into any other station type for half price. So that is pretty cool. Especially with the docking update, you can capture shipyards and move them to whatever sector you actually want to build a station in, and then you can get the station for half cost, which is nice, obviously, because especially if it's a station that normally costs like 400 million and you get it for 200 million, you save so much time. It is crazy. It is definitely worth boarding pirate stations just in general if you're going to be building a lot. But anyhow. Safe mode in building. I think if you go, I'll open up the build menu and show you. I'm assuming it's the same. Which we'll fucking find out, I guess. Give me a sec while this loads. All right, build mode. I think safe mode is right here. So the little lock icon. If you turn that off, you're good. And then turn it back on if you want. No worries. Yeah, they like sometimes the build menu shit is not super intuitive, so I feel you on that. Processor factories. Processors. I don't want processors. I want our mining lasers at Xanian level. That's what I want. Can you process that with your factory? Huh? Can ya? I don't think so. I don't think they can. Another shipyard. Gate to the next faction over, which we're bad standing with. So really, if there's claimable asteroids, I should give them to them so I can try to at least get to neutral. Okay. Well, that's fine too, I guess. So we'll go down here. And just go the other way, I guess. Because I don't necessarily want to go into the next faction's territory at this point. Mainly because I'm going to run into the same issue you ran into, where even if I find the station I'm looking for, I'm not going to be able to trade with them because my standing's not good enough. Granted, I do have the credits. I probably could build reputation with a yellow faction up to blue. But I don't necessarily want to do that if I don't have to, which I really shouldn't have to. It should be like a south gate. Not north-northeast. It's probably that guy right there. Aw, yeah, I love it when you clip the wing on the side of the gate, go spinning through it. Because it doesn't, it like glitches out type of a thing. Alright, this one has like a repair dock and a resource depot. Another mixed sector, not bad. It's actually kind of nice when that happens sometimes because you might be able to buy from one faction and sell to the other. As far as that goes, to my knowledge, mining systems just highlight the asteroids. So, like, if they're hidden, that's about it. But you have to have at least the a mining level or a mining laser that is at least one tier lower or better than the material you're trying to mine. So, like, if you want to mine Xanian, you have to have at least a trinium laser to do it. And obviously, if you have a trinium laser, it's better. And if you have a Xanian laser, it's even better than that and whatever. But yeah, you do have to have at least the tier before whatever the material is in mining laser in order to mine that resource. So the trick with that, now you might be at a point where, oh shit, I bought a trinium laser, but I don't actually have any trinium, so I can't place it. Go to the resource depot and buy like 100 trinium, and you can build a turret base, and then you can place the turret on the turret base and get around the fact that you maybe couldn't mine trinium because you didn't have a neonite laser first. Because that's kind of what happened to me. Because we, you know, didn't find an equipment dock early enough to actually play around in the neonite sectors at all. But I wish mining systems worked that way. That'd be awesome. You get an Avorion level mining system, you just fucking go at it with some iron lasers. That'd be cool as shit. The other thing I could look at trying to do is if I can get a transporter system that's yellow level or higher, I can take a look and see if I can find Xanian level R mining fighters instead of the lasers, and I could start producing those instead. Because I think I have enough Xanian. Well, I definitely have enough Xanian to put a transporter on the ship. That's fine. I probably have enough to build at least a smallish assembly so I can build the ships reasonable. Like, it won't be very fast, but I can at least build them. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Hell yeah. No complaints there. getting mining lasers as drops is super rare just in general. So like, hell yeah, that is a lucky drop. Especially from a pirate. Normally, you have to like attack a mining ship in order to get one, and even then, it's not a very good chance that you'll get one. So this is obviously the bad rep faction. I guess we'll take the hit on the money in order to improve our standing with them. A little bit anyway. There's a second one over here, so we'll sell that one to them as well. Eventually we'll get that rep up. I mean, shit, we got almost 10,000 rep for one asteroid, so we do this, or actually, second one's right here. There's 3 of them in this sector. This honestly would have been a good sector for like a factory chain without having to move a lot of stuff. But that's fine. It's going to become whatever, however the fuck you pronounce that, those guys' mining sector. So we're neutral with them now off of those 2 asteroids. But there is a third one over here. So we'll get close. Well, we probably won't get close to good rep because the rep starts falling off once you hit neutral. And you sell them more asteroids type of a thing. But we'll start getting a little bit more money. Like this one will probably be closer to 190k instead of 160. And we'll probably get like 7 or 8k rep out of it, which isn't bad. I'm willing to, you know, lose the 200,000 to build the extra 4 or 5,000 in rep with the other faction, because this faction's also close to the barrier. So it's like, well, I've only found one equipment dock at the one faction that I know is close to the fucking barrier. So it's kind of like I'm probably gonna need to explore this other faction that's nearby in order to get the equipment I'm gonna want, because typically you want to have access to more than one equipment dock, or at least I usually do. Anyway. But not too bad. Rip thruster. Yeah, no kidding, Frag Star. Oh, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Yeah. The little thruster did what it could and ended up exploding, but that's okay. We didn't need him anyway, right? Can I repair that yet? I can. Look at that. That's like literally the first time I've gone in to repair my ship after blowing off a block, and it let me do it the first time. And I had actually waited the cooldown. But anyway. Oh, man. Well, we'll warp over here. I guess I could, like, potentially start working my way back to that other equipment dock, because we'll probably get there about the time it's going to reset its inventory. Because where is it at? It's, like, up here, right? Yeah. Got a few jumps to get there, so. Fine. You don't want to let me go in there. I will go to the sector next to it, because you're being a piece of shit, Avorion. Don't do this to me. This will probably be a pirate shipyard, and there will be like 50 ships in there, and they're just gonna fucking swarm me and destroy me instantly. Because it's a hidden mass sector. It's not a green dot, it's a yellow dot. Yep. Fucking called it. Fucking called it. And I don't have a reconstruction token either, so. Oh god. I gotta get out of range of these fucking guys. Fuck me. That range is crazy. Yeah, we're fucking dead. Alright. Yep, I tried. Normally they can't catch you if you're going faster than 2,500 meters a second, but ripperoonie. That's okay. That ship was fucking terrible. I was kind of waiting for it to get destroyed anyway. I mean, yeah, no reconstruction either. You know what? I'm not too worried about it, in all honesty. Like, I guess I probably won't get the turrets back is the only thing that sucks. Or actually, 96k. Sure. JK. Actually, I don't even need a fucking reconstruction token. Look at me. Granted, it did respawn me at the start of the fucking galaxy, which sucks. Because I have to go all the way back up here now. But guess that's how it goes when you're stupid and get killed by fucking pirates. So, it might be a good time to just upgrade this ship, since we do have a couple million credits. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of resources up here, but we might be able to do it. Well, technically speaking, if you go... Yeah, it is kind of interesting how they repair it. I will agree with you on that. I know you can sell like the higher tier materials to these stations out here, but they don't give you anything more for it or anything. I guess it probably would make sense to try to like throw, you know, like a warp drive on this maybe, with the little bit of trinium that we have. So, where is it at? Hyperspace core? That's the one. That's what I meant. I mean, I would think it's worth doing this anyway. Go all out, make your mothership. I don't think I have enough resources for it, though. Like, I mean, I want to build it mostly out of, like, trinium and stuff, and I don't think 30k trinium is enough. I really don't. So, fuck it. We'll make our way back up. It's gonna take fucking forever. But that's what happens when you're stupid and warp into a fucking hidden mass sector without good shields or weapons and get destroyed by pirates instantly. You know, when you're... Yeah, I do have another mining ship. Like, I've got the one that's close to where my current ship is, and then I have the one that's out in, like, the very fringe of the Xanian area. So, like, I've got this one, and then I've got one down here. So I could, like, just leave this one out here, or, like, take it into Neonite area, and leave it in the Neonite area, and just make it a mining ship, and then warp to the one that's closer to where I actually want to be, and build a new ship there, and that might be easier. Destroy it, get the resources, transfer to your mining ship, and then build the ship again. Yeah, I could do that. That's a lot faster, honestly. I suppose. Is it faster, though? It's not faster because I have, like, 4 captains on this ship that I don't want to lose. That's the only downside of doing it that way, is I will lose all the crew that I just paid for as well. So it's fine. I'll just take the, like, fucking hour. It won't take that long, but however long it takes for me to, like, fucking fly back down there. Now that I know what direction I have to go, it should go a lot faster. And since all the sectors are kind of, like, highlighted and stuff, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, I wouldn't think, but... Because what you can do as well is you just fly in the empty space sectors around where the warp gates are, and then your warp drive recharges a hell of a lot faster. So, like, this will take 15 seconds per jump instead of, like, however long it was instead, with like 40 seconds, I think. So you do it in about a third. I guess you do run the risk if you're warping into empty sectors like this. It might be a hidden mass sector that you just didn't identify because your radar is garbage, or my radar is garbage, I guess. But I'm willing to take that risk because most of the time you don't have that issue. Especially if you, like, warp in between these warp lanes. Normally there's nothing there. But you basically just warp into a system if you're going to, like, if it puts you on a really good warp gate that's going to move you really far, or if there's a wormhole, and that's it. And you'll get there relatively quickly. So for this one, I should have just warped in here and taken the warp gate down, is what should have happened, but that's okay. So I did an extra jump, but even so, I would have only just now been cooled off from the first warp jump if I would have warped into an actual sector. So it is a lot faster. Like, you can get places quickly if you know where the sectors are on your route, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. If not, well, I guess that's too bad. Anyway. So there should be a wormhole in this one. Right? Am I tripping? Fuck, I took the wrong gate. God damn it. Alright. 420 DPS Trinium R mining laser. Hell yeah. Get it, son. I wish I had one of those. That'd be dope. But that's awesome. That's a great drop. Did you find it at an equipment dock or as a drop? Equipment dock. Nice. Solid. Solid, solid. What's the efficiency on it? Is it over 90%? Because if it's only at 50.0, well, that is unfortunate, but even so, like, just upgrading to an R mining laser at all, it'll be huge for your gains. Assuming you have the cargo bay to hold all the ore you're going to be gathering. But anyway. So we're just going to go down here and then warp through that, I guess. It just takes for, like, if I don't think building a warp core is really going to help us all that much. Just a block, yeah. I have a template like that. Like, my R mining template, this is my autosave pile, which actually, I should save the new one, but let me go out real quick. My R mining, so I have different levels depending on what part of space it is because it has different amounts of shields. But this is my Trinium R carrier. Basically everything underneath this whole plating is cargo bays. It has hangars so I can put R mining laser ships on it as well. This is one without hangars if you're not going to use fighters or whatever to mine with. And it's just like literally a giant fucking cargo bay coated with hull. And granted, this design is probably outdated now. Like, all this should be armor instead of hull, and it would be better. But it costs $2 million to build one of these. But you put one of these bad mammas in there, it will hold. Like, when it goes and cashes in its resources, it's like 800, 900k that it's going to be dropping off every time, which is a lot to get all at once anyway. But yeah, that's definitely the strat. If you're building a automated R miner, like, just build a cargo bay box, put a generator on top of it with some engines on the back, and that's it. I mean, you'll probably want to put an inertial dampener on the front and some thrusters on the side just so it has a little bit of maneuverability. That way the AI that's controlling it doesn't smash it into things. If you're playing on with collision damage, if you're not, then it doesn't actually matter on any of that. But anyhow, it's fun. I'm looking forward to setting up my first R miner on this playthrough, because that's when you start actually making a lot of resources. Like, we're making resources right now. I mean, we've basically mined all 40k of that neonite automatically because I've mined maybe one neonite asteroid myself the entire playthrough. So we are getting it passively. It's just we need like hundreds of thousands of these resources in order to build the ships that I want to build. So anyway, because I want to get up to like a 8 or a 9 slot ship pretty quickly, just so I can slam in a bunch of turret upgrades, because I'm going to need them to build a combat ship that I want to make. And also so there's space for, like, a really good shield generator and a good warp drive and that kind of stuff. Because it is good if you build a really big warp drive on a ship and you can get it down, or get the hyperspace cooldown to 100%, so it's instant. It's amazing because you can jump like incredibly far and not have to wait afterwards, except for the calculation of the nav computer. But we still have to defeat Botam before we get the upgrade we need to even have a chance of making that viable. Just check this one more here, see if it has a good system at least. Armed, unarmed, these are all garbage. Jump range, that's not very good either. Nothing super great there. Can't buy that turret. Even if I could, it's only 90 DPS, so... Garbage tier. Southgate. Well, we're at least almost to the territory of this faction now. Granted, this faction is fucking massive, so it's not saying a lot, but... we're getting closer. And I mean, I could leave this ship out here, too, with just this trinium laser on it. I could take off the combat turrets, or one of them, or whatever, and just let it mine, like, neonite and trinium for me, and have this be an extra auto miner for me. But I don't know if I want to do that or not. I still am going to have to fly all the guys off. Like, I'll have to move the crew off this ship anyway, because I'm not going to have 4 captains on a single mining ship, because it just makes it cost more. But that's all good. No worries. We're getting close to where we want to be. Yeah, it is a lot. Well, I bought basically all the captains I could in my starting faction, because you can only buy captains if you're at excellent standing or better. So, like, you're not going to encounter another excellent standing faction, most likely on an expert playthrough, unless you build the rep yourself. So, if you stock up with all the captains, or like 4 or 5 captains, early, you can build all the auto miners that you want, and then by the time you need more captains, you'll have enough Xanian, you can build cloning bays and academies to train your own. So normally I try to buy 4 or 5 of them before I get out of that first faction, just because then you don't have to worry about not having enough rep to do it, because that's an issue I've had before where, oh, I'm ready to build this auto miner ship, I've got all the turrets, I've got all the resources and credits and stuff, but I can't get a captain because I don't have enough rep with the faction to buy one. They have them, I just can't buy them from them. But anyway, not a big deal. We're probably just going to warp back to that equipment dock that we were trying to go back to. Well, their inventory should be updated by now. It may have updated twice, actually. But I want to see what they've got. Hopefully they are going to have the item we are looking for. God, it's so far away. Okay, it's fine. We're going to have to warp back down here anyway, so it is what it is. I guess if I had a better ship, it would just go a little bit faster is all. But it's not taking too terribly long, I don't think. I don't know. I feel like we've made pretty good progress in like the 5-10 minutes we've been warping. Of course, we jump into a pirate shipyard again. Luckily, they are kind of leaving us alone, but it would really suck to get blown up again after, you know, getting more than halfway back to where we want to fucking go. So, there we go. Do that. Go in there, maybe. Cool. And actually, there's probably an equipment dock up here somewhere, maybe? I don't remember. Yeah, there is one, like, right over here. So I could go over and stop there on the way down, just to see what they have, because they should have new inventory from the last time I was there. And they might have the system, one of the systems I'm looking for, because I would love to get a yellow transporter software or a yellow trading system. Like I would love to get either one of those, or the blue level or gold level military turret systems would be great. So there's a few like bits and bobs that would be great to get from this equipment dock. So it is worth checking. Even though it is technically in like a trinium region of space, I might be able to get the systems that I'm looking for. And even if they don't have a Xanian R mining laser, they might have a trinium one, which would be great. We'll see though. I haven't been too lucky on the equipment docks thus far, unfortunately. Why a Minecraft PFP? You mean my profile pic? Because I used to play a lot of hardcore Minecraft mod pack stuff. And well, I would say that I still do, but I haven't played one for a while. Like, I found one that I want to play, but my computer is too potato to play it, so I can't. And yeah, so that's why. That's my Minecraft skin, and it made sense to put that instead of something else, because I don't know what else I would put necessarily. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Because initially, when I first started like recording, I started out on YouTube, and it was going to be like a modded Minecraft channel exclusively. And then I realized that's boring as shit to play, only Minecraft. Even if you are playing different mod packs, so I kind of branched out and started playing some of the other games I like to play, like Avorion. But yeah, I just kept the picture the same because I'm lazy and haven't felt like opening up Photoshop and trying to build my own fucking avatar or whatever the fuck, because I'm not that artistically inclined, unfortunately. I guess I could find like some random thumbnail instead, but At least it'll match something. So like if I play Minecraft, it'll all make sense, because you'll be like, oh, it looks the same as this character. Alright, cool. Not like, but I don't think I've actually ever... No, I have Livestream Minecraft, because I played some, fucking the Pokemon version of it, or whatever. So I could get an orange radar, that's not bad. This one's not quite what I want. I want economy overview, that's what I need. I could buy this mining system, though. This could be good as well for unarmed turrets. Drawing of myself as a PFP. Oh, okay. There you go. Nice. Nice. I'm sure it's awesome. R salvaging trinium level. That's not bad. Neonite R mining. I don't think I'm gonna buy any of these. They aren't that great, if I'm being honest, so we're just gonna leave them be. Back on the journey through empty space. Super thrilling. Super riveting. However, we might randomly jump into a bunch of fucking pirates and have to do something, so that could be fun. Warp this way. Get back to the equipment dock that's actually in Xanian region. And I really am hopeful that it's going to have an R mining laser, like of any kind. Even if it's just a trinium one, I will buy it because I want a fucking R mining laser. But I'm not going to buy a neonite one because it can't mine the Xanian ore that I am, you know, like surrounded by all the time now. So there's no point in wasting the 80k to buy that one when it's not going to mine what I need it to. Yeah, I could throw it on one of my older ships, but there's no point in adding a cargo bay to a ship that's mining inferior resources when you could throw a cargo bay on a ship that can mine all the resources instead. Gotta, at least for your first few ships and stuff, you kind of want to be smart about where you're spending your money and your resources and stuff, just so you don't, like when you're spending it, it should be giving you something significant in return at this point in the game, is how I feel about it. Otherwise, it's probably not worth making the spend, but it is what it is, I suppose. At least it's only 15 seconds per jump instead of, you know, the 40 or whatever. I haven't noticed any of the good hyperspace systems. Like, I've noticed the ones that increase your jump range, which are okay, but it's kind of like, if you're going to put in a hyperspace system, you want it to have hyperspace cooldown reduction on it. Otherwise, it's not worth the slot usually, because you can just build a bigger hyperspace core to increase your jump range. Whereas your cooldown, if you get that to 100% or more, you can warp again instantly. Assuming the, you know, nav computer calculates, which is basically just your computer loading the sector in off the hard drive. So like when it takes forever, it's because it's your hard drive is taking forever to load the game data for that area. So yeah. Anyway. Well, we are getting closer, I suppose. Actually, well, that's fine. We'll just warp here. It's not a big deal. I can't get into the sector with the long warp gate, otherwise I would, because it'd be a little bit faster, but that's alright. And actually, where is it? It's right here. We're actually going to go over here. And maybe by the time we get to this equipment dock, we'll have enough resources mined out with our auto miners. We can actually upgrade our ship to the next tier. And what I mean by next tier is so it has 8 slots. So yeah, totally almost there. Totally almost there. It's maybe like 5 jumps away, which feels really close for me. Yeah. Never again. Fuck pirates. This is why I need to upgrade my ship. But yeah, we all know how that kind of works out sometimes. So we did actually end up in a random sector here. We got lucky there were no pirates in it, but I'm just gonna take a quick look, see are there asteroids in here for me. Doesn't really look like it. Cool, that's fine. I'm just glad it wasn't another pirate shipyard where I get immediately destroyed by, you know, laser turrets that can shoot 50 miles away. Because I had to be really far away from those guys because I was going 3,000 meters a second. Literally the second I jumped into that sector, I was thruster to the max, fucking fly away as fast as you can. Because typically if you go fast enough, they can't actually, like, damage your ship. But, yeah. Anyway. It didn't work for me, so... This is the price you pay. You gotta warp yourself all the way back. It's just right here. Look how close that is. We'll zoom out on the map and show you how far we've been fucking traveling after we get there. And we'll do it off of the coordinates so you can see how many like actual sector cubes it is. But my guess is it's probably like 200 or so in towards the center, and then maybe like 50 to 60 left or right to go from our starting sector back to this equipment dock. But by God, we did it twice. The first time was more fun because it was the first time, but that's fine. One more jump after this. I think, anyway, I think we'll be able to get it in the next jump. And then, hopefully this equipment dock actually has what I want. Ah, man, we gotta do one more after this. God damn it. So close. Now, oh, only with the shipyard, damn it. I thought I could cheat that and add the extra sector of jump so we could get it in one. But no, they changed it. You can't add hyperspace cores without a shipyard, apparently. And that's okay. I guess that does kind of make sense, but I was hoping I could make it a little easier on us. That's alright. We finally made it. We finally made it. It only took us like 10 to 20 minutes to fly all the way back here, but that's okay. Or well, actually it's probably more like 30 minutes, but whatever. That's all right. No worries. Where is the icon for the equipment dock? I don't see it. There it is. Of course it's on the other side. But we're going to fly all the way over there, the 70 kilometers, because they probably are going to have at least one thing that I'm going to want to purchase. At least one, if not a couple. Hopefully there's a couple. Meaning, hopefully there's 3 Xanian level R mining lasers that I can pick up real quick. Get it for less than $1 mil for all 3 of them would be great. And then if I could also get like a transporter software with fighter cargo pickup, and a trading system with economy overview on it, and yeah, it'd be great, but we'll be lucky to get one of those things, if any of those things, so find out here. I could have checked before flying all the way over, but trade equipment. Goodbye, shield reinforcer. Not bad, not bad. That's a garbage one. Radar I could upgrade a little bit. This is a percentage cargo hold upgrade. So even though it's only like 11%, that actually is helpful if you're building a mining ship, because 11% is 11%. You know? This is the garbage version. Well, actually this one's not bad because you get jump and cooldown. But normally you can get 25% on your cooldown reduction. So here's a Trinium R mining at 373. Almost 78% efficiency. Only does 27 DPS though, which kind of sucks. There's a Tesla turret, which I might pick up. There is a Xanian turret here. A couple of them. Buy those. I'll probably get... I'll buy these 2 salvaging turrets too, just so I have some. But they're Xanian levels, so now I have the max level I'm going to need for a while. This Tesla turret is probably going to be a DPS upgrade for us, so I'll buy that. And then I guess we'll buy a Trinium R mining as well. Are there any R salvaging fighters, but no R mining fighters? Okay. That's fine. Not for another 8 minutes. Okay, cool, cool. That's kind of what I figured, but thought I'd look anyway. So there are Xanian mining turrets that I've got now, so I could upgrade to those, and that will increase how fast we mine Xanian. But I'd rather throw those on a new automated mining chip, I think, and then I can put this R mining laser on our main chip. But yeah. So this Tesla's 217, that's 368, and this is a single slot, and that's a double slot. So if I take out the single slot, I can put the new Tesla turret we just bought in its place, and that should give us some more Omicron worth of firepower as a result, I think. This is an arm turret instead, so if I take that one out and install this one permanently, then I can throw in this Tesla turret as well. So now we got that. So we almost have 1,000 Omicron, so it's a little bit better. Still not great for where we are in space, but it's a little bit better anyway. I'm not going to throw any of the mining turrets on it quite yet. I could put a... Let me throw a Xanian base on it, because... Here's why we're doing this. If I put the salvaging laser on there, the Xanian one, I think it's gonna give me enough Omicron worth of DPS that I will no longer be in the red. Even though technically it's not a combat turret. Oh, maybe not. Okay, fine. Forget it. Just delete that shit off. I don't need it. I'm not too worried about it. It's fine. We're going to upgrade this ship eventually anyway. I do need to re-add that one into our little thingy, though. How much do we have? So we've got a little bit of reserves. We've got about 1 million credits, though. So we probably could... We need another gunner. Cool. That's all set up now. I guess I should just build another mining ship, is what I should do. Because why not? Increase our production. So we'll just fly ourselves right here. Found ship. Xantrin. Miner 1. And this is just going to be a regular miner. Because I only have a Trinium R mining laser, and yeah, I could use that to mine Xanian, but really I think it's going to be better to wait until I have a Xanian R mining laser before I build one of those. And I don't know why I'm doing that. I should just apply the same template that I used before. Autosaves. Is that it? Nope. Probably down at the very, very bottom. Or not. Shit. Well, what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna switch to this one and make a template of it real quick. There we go. Template this one real fast because I know it's strong enough to live in the Xanian areas without getting destroyed or what have you, and then kind of go from there. Once we get this ship set up, I'm probably going to wrap up the stream for there. For today, we have been going for a little over 5 hours consistently, and then I did play for about half hour to an hour before that as well. I just had to stop the stream for a little bit to adjust the settings, so no worries. Cool. So it's 103k to build each one of these mining ships, which actually does not seem like it's that bad. And the resource cost isn't too bad, because I think the other ship that I had for Trinium level was like 200k. So this one actually is cheaper, which is nice, obviously. Cool. Enter. Go in. Templates. This one right there. Apply. Cool. Look at that. Look how fancy. And then all we gotta do is go down and put on a Xanian turret base. Match that size and we can put all of our turrets up here. So we'll put Xanian mining, Xanian mining. Oh, it needs civil slots, duh. So for civil slots, install permanently. And I should be able to put the second one. Yep. Now it does need combat turrets as well. So actually, I am going to take off this guy. That's the weaker one, right? Double Tesla. Throw that in the middle. And it does need an additional turret in order to be okay, so I can maybe buy one more from the thing over here. So I can't buy that one. Could buy this plasma turret. Fuck though, it costs $1 million? I can't even afford that. JK, I can't buy that. I could buy that one, but it also is really expensive for no reason. Well, shoot. I guess what I could do, just to increase its Omicron, is throw on a torpedo bay. So, like, put in just a tiny little bit of torpedo storage right there. And then, like, sure. I feel like if it has torpedoes on it, it should increase its Omicron, right? Is that not how it works, though? Maybe I just have to throw some in the inventory, though. So, this is probably the one I should buy. Buy 5 of them. Okay. So, even with all those fucking torpedoes, it's not... Really? I feel like... that is ridiculous that it... What kind is this? Kinetics? Maybe if I hire the crew out, it'll do better. So I need 3 gunners. 10 of these guys. 4 of these guys. 8 of these guys. And then 2 of the other dudes. Nope. I guess torpedoes doesn't actually affect the Omicron, or the firepower of your ship, which kind of sucks. How many civil slots do I have left? I have 1. Are these... yeah, they are 1 in size. I'm just wondering if this will give me enough Omicron to turn that off. Probably not. Yeah, it doesn't, so there's no point in having that on there. Shit. I don't really know what to do because there aren't any turrets I can buy here to boost this guy's Omicron rating. So I guess what I can do is take off one of the turrets from this ship. So I want to keep... forget it. I'll just take this one off and put it on this one too. And if that doesn't give it enough Omicron, then I don't think we're going to be able to do it. But it did, so good. Probably needs one more gunner. Cool. And now this one is basically ready to go. I just have to find it a juicy spot to mine. So like these two systems right there could be pretty good. Or actually, yeah, I will actually fly this myself. Because I do not want, I don't want it to get destroyed by pirates. Which it shouldn't. It really shouldn't. But, you know, if I'm not flying it and I just automate it, it might get in trouble. Beautiful ships. Right, okay. LOL. Me and my, like, let's throw some random fucking cubes together and call it good. Oh, shit. But they do work, I guess. They do work, so I guess that's the main thing. But yeah, I appreciate that if it's sincere. If not, I get it. My ships aren't that well designed, if I'm honest, but it's okay. I have fun doing it anyway, so that's the main thing in my mind. So we'll warp him in here. I think this is the one we want to go to. There was one with a couple of large Xanian asteroids, but I think that's all the way back here. That's Trinium Neonite. I thought there was a sector I marked with... Oh, I tagged it, maybe. It is probably this sector right there. Oh, whatever. Who cares? Go in here. But easy enough. And since the other ship's next to a station, it should be okay, I feel like. And there are stations here too, I guess, so. This actually might not be the best sector to mine in then. Let's go to this one. It has almost 3,000 asteroids, so I feel like it should be good for mining, right? Like, should it that be good for mining? Fuck, I forgot to transfer a captain. Damn it. Have him meet us down here because I need to give this ship a captain because I forgot to do it. That's okay. Not a big deal. I just hope that my main ship doesn't get fucking destroyed again. If it does, I'm not flying it back down. I'm just gonna, like, say fuck it on the captains and call it good. Come on. I know that it's a big sector because of all the asteroids, but you can do it. Did our other ship make it here? Good for him. Look at that. Right on time. What a champion. We're going to fly right on over, transfer a captain, hop in the real ship, and then set this one to mining, and we'll be good to go. Fuck. God damn it. Not what I wanted to do. At all. Okay, enter, and then I can come out here. There we go. And this guy, I am just going to fly him back to this equipment dock sector for now. Because I am ultimately going to need to buy more combat turrets because this ship is, again, at risk at getting headhunted. And, again, has less than 1,000 Omicron. Because I had to take all the fucking weapons off of this ship to set up my third auto miner. it should be worth doing that because the sector that ship is in has a lot of Xanian, a lot of Trinium, a lot of the resources that I am looking to gather a shit ton of so I can upgrade my ship in size and capabilities. I do kind of like the general shape of the ship that we have right now, but I need to expand its size significantly. And I think it's going to be easiest for me to basically delete everything out and just rebuild it from scratch. That way I can get the scale the way I want it from the get-go, as opposed to just trying to make it fit in where it on a ship that's not really just like the size it needs to be, if that makes sense. So I guess what I could do instead is I could go modify entire ship and like scale it up to the size I want. So like that would quadruple the size of the ship for me, so it'd make it way the fuck bigger. And then from there I can upgrade the blocks to better quality materials and stuff like that. So there are a few ways you can go about it if you're trying to just get a bigger ship. But I personally like building it from scratch. I do also have some ship templates that I've used before that are pretty, or that used to be pretty good. Granted, that was before the shields rework, so now they might be really fucking expensive for not that good of a ship. But I don't actually know because I haven't tried it since the patch or the update, whatever. So we're just gonna dock in at this equipment dock, and we'll hang out here and kind of wait for our stuff. So there is a double Xanian turret. That's probably worth buying. Chain gun turret, not that great. I don't need Trinium turrets. There's no Xanian Rs. Pulse cannon, not that great. Not that great as far as DPS is concerned. I'm just looking for something with a few hundred DPS. So like I'd buy that one if I could, but I can't. So yeah, that kind of is what it is. That's a 2 slaughter versus the 3 slaughter that I've got right now. So I'm going to take that off and I'm going to put on the Xanium one. Oh, I got to upgrade that. Just upgrade all of them so I don't have to mess with it again. And I guess I could put a salvaging turret on it, because I do have the space for one. And actually I can put both of the salvaging lasers on. So let's actually do that. Because what I could do with this is I can go salvage Xanian if I want to now. And sometimes salvaging will give you more of the resource you're after than actually mining that resource would do if you spent the same amount of time doing both. Whatever. So what I can look for is a scrapyard. I think we may have found one already around here somewhere. I just have to find it. So biotope, trading post. This is where the large Xanian asteroid was, so I really should have put the ship down there, but that's fine. So there's a scrapyard over here. If I warp down there, now that I got the 2 Xanian R salvaging lasers, that actually would be really good. I do need to build a cargo bay for this ship before I can actually utilize those 2 turrets, however, because you need to have places to store the salvage if you're using R salvaging lasers, just like you need to have place to store the ore when you use R mining lasers. But I think this is a good place as any to call it for today. We're just over 5.5 hour mark. We played for about an hour over, so I'm beyond the 6 hour stream mark, so I am tired. We got a lot done today, however. So if we pull up here, our journey started from this sector right here, minus 187,409, and we went down to this sector, 126, 138, twice. So I think that we traveled roughly 400 to 500 sectors worth of space in today's episode. I'm looking forward to the next one as well, and I'm glad that we got a couple people watching today and that followed. I'm super appreciative of the support, and I'm glad that you are enjoying the content. When we come back next time, we're probably going to focus more on gearing up our ship for raiding and also starting to transition from building mining ships to stations. But stay tuned for that. If you followed me already, you will get an email when I go live again. You can also subscribe to my YouTube channel, and you'll get a notification there as well when I go live, because I do stream live to both platforms whenever I do stream. With that being said, have a good rest of your night, everyone, and until next time.